Oh, every morning I wake up and the first thing I do when I open my eyes is I say computer and program in the very hopes that somehow this is some bad dystopian Star Trek um uh nightmare that we can just end because it's not getting any better. A kid was on a roller coaster pouring water at 35. Yeah, that's no good. You can't be dumping water on people from 35 meters up. Um Disney and Universal both will, on certain rides that go over people, like nothing. You can't take anything with you. The Velocicoaster at Universal, you go over people, so nothing. You can't have anything. You walk through a metal detector. Tron at Magic Kingdom, I think, is the only ride that you go over people. And again, they like everything. Like they're looking at everything. Like I think once on Tron, I had they asked me what was in my pockets. I had my glasses. They were kind of bulging in my cargo pants pocket, and I was like, "That's my glasses." They're like, "You should put them in the locker." And I was like, "I won't be able to see from the ride car back to the lockers without my glasses at night." But yeah, that's no good. Grumpy old man's taking his son to the gym. It's good. Kids should go to the gym. I think a really big problem we have in this country is that we don't have that 1950s, 1960s physical fitness program. I thought it was kind of laughable and a joke this year. My daughter's school did field day. It was a complete joke. Schools are still just going through the motion. I've got a good one on schools to start off the show. This is the governor from my state.
We banned cell phones during the classroom day. That, I think, is going to help our education system broadly, and most especially our kids.
Let me stop this asshole who's the governor of Illinois. If you think that the first thing to tackle back in the days that we had the Presidential Fitness Awards, where every high school, we had some of the healthiest students in the world. This guy's the governor of Illinois, and he thinks that the what we need to focus on is banning classrooms, or banning phones during the classroom day. I was a teacher in the era of cell phones, and I never had a problem because I was a good teacher. If the kids are pulling out cell phones during the school day, then there should be a consequence in the classroom. And then if the consequence in the classroom doesn't work, then there should be go to the dean, and then it becomes the dean's problem. That's why deans make more than teachers, because the deans then have the kid, and the deans set up a meeting with the parents. And the problem is, if the parents don't give a shit that the kids are taking the phone out during the class, then I'm just going to keep kicking your kid out of class, sending them to the dean's office. And when your kid has been kicked out of class 10 times, I'm going to ask the dean and the guidance counselor to drop the kid from my class. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. What we're doing by banning cell phones during the school day, the classroom day, is we're removing the find out. And what we want is we want young kids. We want young kids to fuck around a little bit so they find out a little bit. Banning phones doesn't work. If you're an adolescent or teenager unfocused on you, taking away the object they're focusing on is not going to help anything. They're going to unfocus to another object. Yes, 100% absolutely correct. I had this problem my entire education. What bothered me about instructors my entire education was, you want me to pay attention to you while you regurgitate back to me the reading material you told me to read last night, and you're not adding any organically new material to it. Then why the fuck did you tell me to read it last night? I have the ability to focus on you and look out the window. I have the ability to take notes while looking out the window, because I don't need to stare at you in your ugly dress shirt and your terrible tacky tie. I have the ability to jot down the things that you're saying. I don't need to focus on you. No, I'm not saying that everybody, they're going to play with making doodles. If you take away the paper, they'll draw on the desk. If you take away the pens, they'll scratch it with their fingernails. 100%. Absolutely. You need classroom management, and I taught classroom management. And the thing is that they're not. I heard from a friend of mine. Well, I'm not going to say a friend because they're not a friend. They're a child of a friend. Classroom management is no longer a mandatory class. It's a highly suggested elective on your teaching program. Excuse me? Classroom management isn't a mandatory core component of a teaching certificate? Because now they have all these other things that they think teachers, like I'm sorry, but classroom management is a core function. It's not like, oh, manage in whatever style you think is, but no, teach them the different styles. Like for those of you that aren't from, I'm sure some of you remember classrooms, right? Classrooms were all the same, but mix this out into 4 here. You went into the classroom, the teacher's desk was up here, and then you sat in rows, right? And then you sat in columns, and this, you sat in rows and columns, and you stared at a chalkboard at the front of the classroom. And then a slight little modification on this was when the chalkboard's at the front of the class, the teacher's desk is at the back of the class, and you're still lined up looking forward. And then some teachers moved into a more, interesting layout where they didn't have the kids in straight columns and rows. They aligned their classrooms so the students could see each other. These are all different classroom management techniques because they lend to your instruction style. This down here was my instruction style because I had a PowerPoint every day, because I would put video clips in. If I was able to teach right now, I would love it, because all of my, I would have a projector, I would have speakers, I would have movie clips, video clips, just like I do with my Twitch show. I would have scenes from, TikTok. I would have scenes from movies. Like, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. This is all classroom management. But no, Governor Pritzker thinks that the most important thing to focus on right now is taking the phones out of the classroom day. Well, we didn't have phones. Cell phones were just starting to exist when I was in school. Do you know how many notes I got from, I went to an all-boys school, picked up my girlfriend from the all-girls school. I got 1 or 2 notes a day from my girlfriend because she was bored as shit in school. Kids are going to write notes. Kids are going to pass notes. Kids are going to play triangle football. You've got to engage kids, but we've got teachers that are nothing more than glorified babysitters. If you can't pass a basic skills test, we talk about this point a lot on the show. Teachers are balking. How the fuck does she get there? I would pick her up and then she would drop. I picked her up and dropped her off at home before, because she had to be home. She didn't want to ride the bus. So she would give me the note. So I would get like the note from how her day went. It was kind of cool. I thought it was funny because we didn't have email, we didn't have text messaging. So every day I'd sit in the parking lot of her high school because I got out 45 minutes before she did. So I'd have most of my homework done. Then I'd pick her up, drop her off either where she ice skated, she was a figure skater, or I'd drop her off at home. Then I'd go home. And so my parents always thought, oh, look at this kid go. He goes home, he comes home, he picks up his girlfriend like a good boy, good Irish Catholic boy, gives her a kiss on the cheek, drops her off at the house, comes right home, works on his homework. I'm working on homework, I'm reading the note. The closer to Friday gets, I'm reading what we're gonna get into on Friday. Your daughter had an IEP for 2 years for properly diagnosed learning management dysfunction. This March was the first time the teacher was actually in the IEP meeting with us. I'm really not surprised that they've been having issues with her. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Not only in an IEP meeting, at the annual IEP meeting, the gaining teacher should be in the meeting and the losing teacher should be in the meeting so that the two teachers and the parents are the ones that are having the focus point of the conversation. And then you have the guidance counselor, the school social worker, maybe the administrator who oversees the special, because you have to have an administrator somewhere in the IEP, at least in my state. But I love a good IEP meeting. I love when I see the gaining teacher and the losing teacher talking to each other. And I love nothing more than when a gaining teacher says something like, I don't think I would be a good fit for this particular student. I really think Mr. J's teaching style. I think we need to reschedule this meeting and really highly consider putting this student with Mr. J. At the same time, if I'm in there, I'm gonna be like, I'm reading over this kid's IEP and I'm really not a good fit for this student. I understand that this student is really kind of excited to be in my class. All the limitations, we have 3 other 7th grade social studies teachers. I think Mrs. Smith would be a better fit for your student. I'm more than happy to take her in at the beginning of the school year and try. I'm not saying I won't try, but I think we need to have a redundancy in place where at the 2-week mark, we have a quick meeting on that second Friday, and if necessary, we punt, because my style is very much kind of not what the previous IEPs suggest. I've had inclusion students. I'm not anti-inclusion students. I've taught special education. It's not a favorite of mine. It's not that I don't like special education students. It's that I have vicarious trauma. I suffer along with those who suffer. I don't like to see kids not getting it. One of the greatest points of my day as a teacher was when the light bulb would go on. I don't feel I'm a successful teacher if I don't see the light bulb going on. But yeah, the teacher should always be in the IEP meeting, always. And if the teacher is not in the IEP meeting, then the school should be called onto the carpet to say, what exactly are you doing? Yeah, roundtable discussion. But you know who else should be in the IEP meeting at around 6th grade? And this is the one that gets missed an awful lot. Right around 6th grade, the student should be in the IEP meeting. And that's the piece that a lot of them miss. If the kid doesn't have buy-in for the plan, the kid is the client. And that's where I think we have a major disconnect. The school all too often believes that they're serving the parent, right? The school isn't serving the parent. The school is serving the child. The parent also serves the child. And when I say this in both the educational world and when I teach parenting class, your children are not fashion accessories. Your children are not fuck trophies. Your children are a commitment. You serve your children. Your children are more like cats than they are like dogs. Dogs have masters. Cats have staffs. Your children are your clients. Now, that doesn't mean the client's always right, but the client should be first and foremost. Like, for example, people get mad at me when I say this, and I think it's a generational thing. My dad ate last. We ate youngest to oldest to mom to dad. There's a lot of other families I grew up around where dad ate first, then the kids, then mom. That doesn't fly with me, doesn't fly in my family, doesn't fly in the parenting courses I teach. Now, what I am willing to say, if mom is the bread earner, if mom is the doctor or the anesthesiologist or the lawyer or whatever, then mom eats last. If there's nothing wrong with a stay-at-home dad, and some men have a problem with that, and because it violates the man box. But the bread earner eats last, not first. Because if the bread earner ain't earning enough bread for everybody to eat, the bread earner has to say, how do I fix this? This year, your daughter's instruction was terrible. The instructor was so confident she could handle it, so she didn't write the daily reports we were asking for, to the point she was 6 months of untracked behavior and became a huge issue. We asked over and over for the reports and we didn't get them. Eventually, it reached ahead and we told them that they should have been addressing it the way we asked, and they weren't going to feel sorry for her. I think in the 38 weeks she was in school, we got reports for 9. Yeah, see, that's where, unfortunately for parents, if the IEP says this is a deliverable, make them produce the deliverable. Like, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but if you're supposed to get a report on Friday and you don't get the report on Friday, on Saturday, you write the email that says, attention, I did not receive a report yesterday. When you don't get the next one, you say, all right, this is my second request for last week's. This is my first request for this week's. That way, every week there's this. Eventually, you're just like, this is my final request for week 1, or I'm elevating it. Because if you don't do that, people are going to say, oh, well, yeah, the school's at fault, but you were a disengaged parent. And I know people are like, well, why are you being an asshole? Why are you causing waves? Why are you ringing bells? Because you have to be. Because you have to advocate for your children. And if you don't advocate for your children, then we're going to keep ending up with people. And I will be the first to admit, I don't understand stupid humor. I don't understand dumb people. My belief is that there are people who actually believe this. I believe there are people who see this and believe these numbers at face value. The buck stops with me. If anyone needed to be without, it would be with me. Otherwise, I need to do more better. Yeah, absolutely. Buy a $1,000 pressure washer, charge $6 per RV wash 5 RVs per day. That's $700,000 per year. My response to this TikTok video was buy a $3.99 calculator from the dollar store and it'll do better math than you just did. This is where I'm sorry. I understand that everybody has a right to make stupid content, but remember I talked about that social media button that should be on platforms? Should be able to push this. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But there should be that button at the bottom that says this video is not contributing to the overall benefit of society. Number one, that math don't math. But number two, where the fuck are you gonna find that many RVs? Now, if I take this though in all earnest, right? If you live in an area where you see a lot of people have RVs and a lot of people have a complaint that there's nowhere to park their RV, and you can get a hold of an empty lot and there's not a lot of self-storage places, now you have a business opportunity, right? If you have a business opportunity where you create a place where they can store their RV and you have water at that place, you can add on another service for them. When you bring your RV in, when you bring it in to store it, we'll wash it. We'll send you photographs of it washed. If you let us know what day you're picking up your RV to go camping, we'll wash it for you. That's a hell of a plus up service. You have to get your price pointing right. I wouldn't charge $6 for the wash, maybe $15. But a dad that's already got 18 things going on, and then he's got to pick up the RV, and then he's got to wash it before he goes on vacation. That's a great plus up service to a storage site. I know a guy that he has a RV storage lot not far from here. He has uncovered lots and covered lots. All of his covered spots are full. They're like $3 more a month. The overhang that they're all under costs him about $2,000 to put in. Why did he put the overhang in? For his own shit. but he just built it wider because he knows he could charge a couple extra bucks each month. There's so many people that want covered storage. All of his other uncovered customers are like, when are you going to cover this side? Little add-ons, that's that hustle I talk about. How do you make that little bit of extra money? That the guy, I can't get up on the side of my house. My vinyl siding is kind of a piece. I got to get on his ass because he hasn't been here yet. But he looked at it and he says, hey, well, I'm up there. Do you want me to take care of the top piece of the gabling? He's like, you got some algae up there. You want me to take care of it? Yeah, well, you're up on the ladder. Knock it out. It's great. It's a great add-on kick. Hey, I see that you did the rest of your house, but you missed that piece. Want me to take care of it? Yeah. What if he charges me 20 bucks? Cool. Great. Something I don't got to worry about. Let's switch gears a little bit. Stuff that people post on my Discord, I want to always take a look at. Let's see.
Had massive increases of people joining the program. We believe that 35%, roughly, of the people that are using the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare exchanges, because they've never used the program once, they've never filed a claim, may not be legit. And that actual number may translate to, I don't know, 5-6 million people we could be paying premiums for because they don't have to contribute anything. So they don't even know they're getting it. These are people who have Medicaid, and someone, often a broker, is dishonestly enrolling them on in an Affordable Care Act, or they're in 2 states at once getting full insurance paid for by us in multiple states at once. So we have evaluated these numbers. They're extremely concerning. There's a very strong effort by us. We actually made a rule 2 weeks ago that starts the process. We had tried to do this when we first came into office. A court enjoined us. They did not feel we'd followed appropriate APA guidelines, government guidelines, and so we redid it and now went back out again. But if you care about the ACA, then you'll want us to take the fraud out. And let me just take a step.
Okay, so I'm gonna play that again because he kind of lost me right at the beginning.
About ourselves, we had massive increases of people joining the program. We believe that.
Okay, so. Yes, when you offer subsidies, you're going to have a massive number of people join the program because now it's affordable. Like, it costs $1,000 a month. You get 100 people to sign up. It costs $500 a month. You get 1,000 people to sign up because it's more affordable. It's $100 a month. You get 100,000 people to sign up because it's more affordable. So just because it's affordable and more people sign up, that doesn't indicate anything.
35%, roughly, of the people that are using the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare exchanges, because they've never used the program once, they've never filed a claim, may not be legit.
Okay. The problem with this line of thinking is that you can't prove a negative. And we live in a world where people are caught up on the, how do you prove a negative? I've never, in my retirement, in my 9 years of retirement, I've only made one claim against the VA, against my VA healthcare. I've made one claim. That doesn't mean that I'm not legitimate. It means that I have other insurances. My father, until my father turned about 74, other than his cholesterol medication, all my father did every year was go in for his annual checkup, which was a requirement of his insurance. They pay for the checkup, but you got to go in for it. If his previous one, when he was working, didn't have that requirement. I don't think my father ever went to the doctor from the time I was able to have memories. Like, it doesn't mean my father's not legit because he doesn't go to the doctor and file claims. I think that's a little bit of a weird stretch of, we don't think they're legit because they're not making claims.
And that actual number may translate to, I don't know, 5-6 million people we could be paying premiums for because they don't have to contribute anything. So they don't even know they're getting it. These are people who have Medicaid, and someone, often a broker, is dishonestly enrolling them on in an Affordable Care Act, or they're in.
Okay, let me touch on that. No, a broker's not doing that. The state regulates Medicaid. Okay, so the federal government contributes some of the money to the Medicaid pool to the state, but they do a check. When I got custody of my daughter, she resided in Missouri. She had Medicaid in Missouri. The moment that I got custody of her, took her to the military base, got her a military ID, she had TRICARE. But where we had a little bit of a rub was TRICARE was saying, well, she has Medicaid. I said, she does have Medicaid, but she has Medicaid of Missouri. They said, yes. I said, I don't live in Missouri. They said, well, why does she have it? I said, because her mom died and I just got custody of her. They said, okay. They said, well, because she's eligible for Medicaid in Missouri, you need to at least apply for Medicaid in Kansas. And I said, that doesn't make a lot of sense because I don't qualify for Medicaid in Kansas because I'm a first lieutenant in the United States Air Force. My income exceeds. They said, no, you have to apply for her. They said, but I have custody of her now. I have legal custody of her. So you're telling me that somehow I firsthand have gone through this process, but now all of a sudden the process is completely broke? Like it's completely broken? Also, if this is a federal program, then it should be not the federal government gives the states money. It should be the federal government reimburses the states. For the states to get reimbursed, they should be submitting the person's personal identifying information to the federal government, and the federal government should say, well, we already paid out against that social security number in another state.
2 states at once getting full insurance paid for by us in multiple states at once. So we have evaluated these numbers. They're extremely concerning.
Okay, this is where he's not even accurate. Do you know how hard it is? Do you know how hard it is to actually get Medicaid? For those of you that have never gone to your state benefit office, let me tell you, getting Medicaid is incredibly difficult because it's done at a county, at least in my state. My daughter moved from this county. She moved in with her boyfriend. She immediately lost her benefits. She had to reapply in the new county. She stayed with him for about 4 months, 5 months, and then they moved back into this county. And then we had to reapply for, you moved counties. And as soon as you're out of that county, the county office is like, you got to apply in the new county.
A very strong effort by us. We actually made a rule 2 weeks ago that starts the process. We had tried to do this when we first came into office. A court enjoined us. They did not feel we'd followed appropriate APA guidelines, government guidelines. And so we redid it and now went back out again. But if you care about the ACA, then you'll want us to take the fraud out. And let me just take a step about ourselves.
Absolutely. If you care about any government program, you want them to take the fraud out. I think that's where America is tearing itself apart. If you care about America, you want Donald Trump to be deporting the illegal immigrants. You didn't care about it when Biden did it. You didn't care about it when Obama did it. You didn't care about it when Bush did it. You didn't care about it when Clinton did it. But now all of a sudden you care about it when Trump is doing it. Trump isn't doing anything differently than all the other presidents have done. I want to play an Obama clip because this is what really Donald Trump is saying a lot. I don't have the power to do that. I don't have the power to do that. Or he's trying to have the power to do it, but he's getting struck down by the courts. Listen to what Obama says when he gets heckled.
You have a power to stop deportation from all.
Actually, I don't. And that's why we're here.
I need your help.
Okay.
Stop deportation! Stop deportation!
Thank you. All right.
Stop deportation!
What I'd like to do... No, don't worry about it, guys. Okay, let me finish. Let me. How about... these guys don't need to go. Let me finish. I respect the passion of these young people because they feel deeply about the concerns for their families. Now, what you need to know when I'm speaking as President of the United States, and I come to this community, is that if in fact I could solve all these problems without passing laws in Congress, then I would do so. But we're also a nation of laws. That's part of our tradition. And so the easy way out is to try to yell and pretend like I can do something by violating our laws. And what I'm proposing is the harder path, which is to use our democratic processes to achieve the same goal that you want to achieve. But it won't be as easy as just shouting. It requires us lobbying and getting it done.
That's the piece that people aren't getting. Under Obama, people were cheering for Obama to just break the law and stop deportations. I think what people don't understand, and why I'm starting to lean more and more and more to why I think 2 years of mandatory military service is not a bad thing for the immediate fix, is because there have been many times in my career as an officer, I had to do things that I didn't necessarily want to do. But the regulation is clear, the instruction is clear, the law is clear. There's no wiggle room for me. Like, I am bound by Title 10, the UCMJ, the orders of the officers appointed over me, right? There's not always discretion. They don't want no kings. They want their king and angry when they didn't get the king they want. That, I think, is actually pretty accurate. Obama never threw out hecklers. He threw out a couple of hecklers, but you are right. He talked to them. He addressed their issues. The only time President Obama had hecklers removed is when they were the type that he tried, and they just wouldn't be engaged. So, okay, we're done. We're done now. I've tried. I've in all earnest tried to engage with you. You're not interested in having a discussion. And then after they were removed, he talked about their point just without their disruption. He was very, very good. He was a very, very good statesman. Now, listen, I don't agree with every policy he passed. Yeah, that's not really heckling. It's heckling to a disruptive level. A stoppage level. I don't agree. I don't have to agree with every single policy that President Obama ever backed. I don't have to agree with every single policy that President Obama ever advocated for to say he's a very good statesman. He's probably, realistically, he's the last statesman we had. And he could quite possibly be the last statesman we ever get, because we don't really have any. We have a bunch of clowns now. They're all playing the TikTok gotcha moments because that's now how you win elections. Short form media, 15-second clip, 7-second clip if you can. Going on and on and on and on and on. But why right now? Like, I said it last year, I said it the year before, I said it the year before that. So I've said under... It takes a lot of time to rebuild a system that produces statesmen. The problem is the people that you want to be statesmen can't be statesmen because they would fix all the problems, and the nepotism exists in the problems. The kickbacks exist in the problems. I went to the grocery store after I was down at Disney, spent way too much on food. Got back, saw holy shit, the price of meat, it keeps going up. The price of gas keeps going up. The price of everything keeps going up. I don't know how people are making it. I really don't. I do not know how people are making it. I know some people that have really said, they're like, there are people I know that are asking me for the Poor Irish Cookbook. Like, hey, remember when we were poor in Chicago? Yeah, I need the recipe book. How do I make some of that stuff? They aren't. It's worse than 2008. For me, I'll be completely honest. For me, it is radically difficult for me to say if it's better or worse than 2008. My quality of life is still higher than it was in 2008, but my situation is radically different. I make more now than I did in 2008, significantly more. I also don't have a mortgage. I don't have car payments. I don't have 2 children in the house, although I still pay for one. I still pay most of one of them. The smart people you want in politics are smart enough to know never to get into politics. Yep, sounds about right. The reason Gen X is the problem is we just disengage. We essentially just accept the way it is and we don't rock the boat. If we would step up, throw out the boomers, and apply our common sense fixes, the country would be a lot better. You know, I'm gonna say this. You're on to something. But the other side to this is the millennials, the neo-millennials, the Gen Xers, and the Zoomers, they blame the Gen Xers. But the reality is, we're the forgotten generation. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Like, when you go into work and something is done and you don't know how it got done, find out which Gen Xer is doing it. Because if something, there is no magic work fairy. There is no magic this work gets done without somebody rolling up their sleeves and doing it. It's probably a Gen Xer. It's probably some grizzly, gray-hairing, big afro poof-looking guy like me who comes in at 3:30 in the morning that you don't know because he doesn't come to the Christmas parties. He doesn't come to the barbecues. He doesn't come to the picnic. He comes in at 3:30 and he's out by noon. But all that shit that gets done every day that you don't know about, it's that Gen X are doing it. They work the hours nobody wants. They do the jobs nobody wants. They don't want to talk to people. And you know who fucks up an organization more than anything else? The Karen who comes in with her modern, new age, Generation Z psychology, human relations book that says me being in the basement with pinup girl calendars that I've had down there since 1997 when I got this job right out of high school is inappropriate. Karen, the only person who comes into this work station is me. It's been this way for 30 years. And then what happens? I'm at 29 years. I'm already 9 years vested into my pension. Karen comes down and starts pissing me off. So I leave. And then the Monday after I leave, the whole fucking place shuts down. And now you're contracting me at $300 an hour to come in and fix your problems and tell you all the shit I used to do. Like, that's what we're not understanding. Gen X is a unique breed. They just want to get their shit done and be left the fuck alone. Did I see that a company fired their human relations and it basically solved 90% of their problems? You know, you got to have one human relations person by law, basically, because there's some things that the human relations person has to take care of. Now, that function can be rolled up to a vice president, the president, the CEO, but it's good to have like one human relations person. Because they have to have somewhere they can go to file a complaint, a grievance, or this or that. But you know what solves most problems? Decency and common sense. I feel like payroll needs to be rolled into human resources. I would agree with you there. I think that there should be the, let's see. I want to see if it says what he did with the function. Let's see. Speaking at Fortune Workforce, including a recent layoff affecting 30% of the employees, as well as the decision to eliminate the company's HR team. The HR team was creating problems that don't exist. Those problems disappeared when I let them go. We're back in startup mode again, and those HR professionals have really important insight when you're in peacetime and when you're at a large company. But he brought on a smaller people operations team to oversee training and serve as a resource. Okay, yeah, so that's exactly what he did. He got rid of his HR team, and he has the critical function, just not in-house. Yeah, that's a great way to do it. External HR, yeah. As long as you have the legal mechanism, the legal recourse for them to file their grievances, file their complaints, have all the mandatory federal reporting avenues, like it's great. I think another problem we have though is, and I'm not trying to be hurtful to disabled people because I myself am disabled, but I think HR spent too much time creating problems to justify their existence. I think a big problem comes in is this sense of entitlement where disabled individuals who can no longer do the job for which they were hired have been pushing the line of accommodation. Look, it's real simple. Your job requires you to be able to lift 75 pounds to chest height. Chest height is defined as 5 feet off the ground, because 5 feet is the loading dock of this whatever, this plane, this bus, this truck, this rail car, whatever it is. Okay, so this job requires, to be fully in this job, you have to be able to lift 75 pounds to 5 feet. Okay, you're hurt, you can't do that. We can accommodate you, you're only gonna load truck, where you can roll it up the ramp. Cool. I can only lift 5 pounds. Okay. Come back to work when you're rehabilitated. Well, I have to be given accommodations. I have none for you. You are a cargo loader. I don't have an accommodation for you. Well, you have people that sit all day. Are you fully trained on how to run the label process? No. Okay, so what happened is you got hurt snowboarding or ski-mobiling or parachuting or whatever the fuck it is you did, and you got hurt. Now you can't do your job, and now I have to move you to a function to which you can't do, or you're gonna sue me. Fuck you. Speaking of fuck you, I don't know if you guys have been following this Lego story. This Lego, I'm not gonna get into the Lego story because I don't fully understand the whole Lego story, but I love this response.
Dear creator community,
I love every bit of this guy's response. Now, remember, Patreon got a lot of bullshit sacked on top of them a couple of years ago. Patreon got, remember, I started a Buy Me a Coffee because I won't be part of anything that supports or condones child pornography. So when somebody brought it to my attention, they said, Jay, I really can't support your community because you still have a Patreon. I said, hold up, talk to me. What the hell's up with Patreon? And they said, well, Patreon isn't removing child porn. I said, hold up. First fucking thing I've heard about this. Give me some details. I will be Alice. I will go down the rabbit hole. Turns out a lot of people were just shit talking on Patreon. It wasn't true. The people that were fired from Trust and Safety were fired for a completely different reason. I still have my Patreon. Thank you to the people who support me. I saw this in regards to the Reckless Ben covering the Lego story. This is what we need more of in American society and Western society right now. We need more of this big dick baller energy.
Dear creator community, my name is Jack Conti, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Patreon. On May 29th, Patreon received an official takedown request filed by Bricks and Minifigs for media and accounts related to Reckless Ben and an ongoing dispute regarding a local Lego consignment issue. This is the verified complaint with exhibits. This is the request for immediate content removal pursuant to temporary restraining order. And this is the motion for the temporary restraining order and preliminary injunction. So after an extensive review and investigation by Patreon's Trust and Safety team, we have in fact unfortunately determined that Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us. Patreon out.
That's what we need fucking more of. Okay, that's what we need more of. Go get fucked. Go get fucked. Get all the way fucked. Go to the top of Shut Fuck Mountain, where there are no more shut-ups to give. Look, if it was something nefarious going on, if it was hurting children, I would say, yeah, let's get the video taken down. Let's make sure that we're protecting kids. But you can shove it. We're not censoring Reckless Ben. So if YouTube does it, if Twitch does it, if everyone else does it, he'll be able. Yeah, Roblox. Roblox is a different. Fuck it. Fuck Roblox. Bricks and Minifigs. What I understand is Bricks and Minifigs is in possession of about $200,000 worth of Lego models that aren't theirs, and they're not returning them to the rightful owner. That's all I know about the story, because it happened while I was on vacation. I do know that it's been growing and growing and growing and growing, and it's great. It's awesome. It's amazing. It makes me smile. The truth is an absolute defense to slander, libel, and defamation of character. As long as you're telling the truth. Like, I'm sure, for those of you that also follow Ashes of Creation, I am 100% sure that at some point, Steven Sharif will go after Nephis. I'm sure of it. He's very upset. He's referenced him I think he referenced him like 41 times so far. But he'll never come after me. And the way I know that Steven Sharif would never come after me is Steven knows I know the law. You come after me, I get discovery. That means I get discovery for every single statement I've ever made. Not just the statements he's saying are slanderous, libelous, or defaming his character. I'll say, hold on a second. I have made hundreds of thousands of statements over the years. I want discovery on every single statement I've ever made so that I can prove it is more likely rather than less likely, because it's a civil level threshold, that when I say something, it's more likely rather than less likely I'm accurate. If I miss something over here and I'm off by 1, but I'm 9,999 over here correct, that says something. Says something to my accuracy. So I'm not worried. Not worried at all. We've got to get out of this world where we don't like the narrative, so we shut down the narrative. Speaking of which, I'm seeing more and more of this. Younger Americans cannot survive with the cost of living as high as it is. This girl shows her gas light is on. She only has enough cash for 2 McDonald's hash browns. She has $20 in her bank account. She gets up at 6 a.m. to go to work and still has nothing to show for it. I'm so sick of America. I'm so sick of our government. I'm so sick of everyone and everything. This is not the way we're supposed to be living in America. This is not the way we're supposed to be feeling in America. It never used to be like this. The home ownership rate for Americans under age 35 is around 36%. This is significantly lower than previous generations at the same age. About 42% of Gen Z report living paycheck to paycheck, with roughly half saying the high cost of living is their top issue. 52% of millennials say financial pressures are causing them to delay major life decisions like marriage, starting a family, or buying a home. Median net worth for Americans in their 20s is roughly 6,600 to 26,000. Well, first of all, you can't have a fucking median income in a $20,000 range. You can't even afford to start a family anymore in America.
Really good look at my face because this is with the filter on, okay? I don't normally look like this. I actually look a lot better like this with the filter off. Ready? You see this? This is exhaustion. I want you all to look at me. All I could afford was 2 fucking hash browns this morning at McDonald's. And I see a homeless man limping. And I gave it to him. You can't tell, but my McDonald's bag is in his fucking bag. I have 37 miles to the tank. And I have $20 to my name. That is what it means to be a good fucking person and to stick up for each other in this fucking country. And I had to break my vow of not recording my good deeds and posting them online because I fully believe if you're a good person, you don't put a phone in someone's face and say, here you go, here's your food. That's why I didn't do that. He doesn't even know I'm recording him right now. And I'm breaking another rule of mine because I don't record people in public without their permission. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I do know this is the right decision. And if I die, if I become homeless, at the end of the day, I did what's right. Are you America? I don't look like this. Do you see this? I showered this morning. I brushed my hair. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. That's how hard I've been working. Since 6 a.m. And you all say there's nothing you can do. Go back to my other videos. I have a fucking sty on my face still. Look at that. My face has been swollen for a whole week and I've still been working. Well, you get on your phones, you're like, this isn't right. Yeah, it's not right. And none of you are doing anything about it! I'm sorry, I can't help you. I'm struggling too. So am I! That man is handicapped and he was hungry! He didn't even ask me for money. I went up to him and I said, are you hungry? He goes, yes, I am. I said, it's not much. I need to eat too, but you can have my other hash brown. And I gave it to him. And I'm eating this one. And I'll be able to make money and I'll be able to get lunch later and that's fine. I'm so sick of America. I'm so sick of our government. I'm so sick of the people. I'm so sick of everyone and everything. And then people want to call me a monster. You would have not even looked that man in the eye.
This is the, I told you years ago when I was a college student, I wrote the paper that by 2050, America would have another civil war. And I wish to God I could find the paper. I wish I had it. I don't have it. I checked back at my university. I checked back in my, they moved to a Google Drive system years ago, so they got rid of the old system. Her video, her video represents the psychology of a person who picks up a Molotov and throws it at a police car. Because she has not, she may, we don't know her whole life story. But in that moment, she feels like she has nothing left to lose. Right? Imagine if she didn't have a phone, didn't have a platform to post, didn't have anyone to help. Maybe that was me in 1989. You're right. But now we see it. And the problem is, if I'm being honest, life in 2026 is worse than life was in 1997. I kind of laughed when I was watching Captain America, and Steve is talking about food's better. We used to boil everything. The quality of life is better in 2026. I love these things. These are amazing. I love being able, I love this thing having 8 to 10 books on it. I can slide that into the back of my jeans pocket. I no longer have to carry around a thick novel with me. Dictionary on it, thesaurus on it, Bible on it, Quran on it. Torah's in the Bible. It's nice having all those documents at my fingertips. But she represents one of countless millions of Americans who feel they have nothing left to lose. And I'm not talking about the people who overinflate their poverty, overinflate their desperation, overinflate their situation. The current topic is just how close America and the Western world may be to collapse. If we're being honest, we're very close to a collapse. If you're looking at, the reason civil wars start is because people like this woman get ignored. Don't more than half of Americans live paycheck to paycheck? Many do, yes. But I would say since COVID, and the people who have been here with me for 5 years will tell you, I adamantly spoke out against the two big things that came out of COVID. I adamantly spoke out against the COVID stimulus checks. And I adamantly spoke out against the $600 a week federal unemployment kicker. Because what I said was, in 2020, you're doing this thing to the economy. It's the accordion effect. You're pulling the accordion far and wide, and you're making life easy for people in 2020. And then as the accordion gets compressed and compressed, you're going to get to a point where it's worse. The payroll protection plans didn't help because that money had to come from somewhere. I don't often agree with everything Elon Musk says, but he brought up something where he said, if we don't fix the national debt crisis, we'll be in trouble. I don't have the exact figure, so I'm still using the range because I'm waiting until we actually get a budget. Between 18 and 19 and a half cents out of every tax dollar now has to go to pay interest on the national debt. That means 2 dimes out of every dollar is just going to pay the loans. Nobody wants to balance the books, because balancing the books will dry up the gravy train for a lot of organizations. Because if you balance the books, then you wouldn't have nonsense on those books. Our debt has exceeded our GDP. Yes. When your debt exceeds your GDP, remember, we don't have a rule book or a guidebook or a litmus test for how to run a capitalist economy of this size or this magnitude. But I think a really good guesstimate is that if your debt exceeds your GDP, that's probably a red flag. I can't guarantee it's a red flag. Because again, we'll only be able to write the rule book about what causes a capitalist society to fail after it fails and we look at it in retrospect. But I'd be willing to say that the point in time, the mile marker where your debt exceeds your GDP is probably going to be a really big, why didn't they see this warning sign? One of the things I always say to people is, there's a reason why gauges on certain machines have a really, really big yellow mark and a really, really small red mark. The reason why the yellow mark is really, really big is because as soon as it hits that yellow mark, you're supposed to go and get somebody who has a lot more knowledge than you to come over so they can do more than just look at this one gauge. When it gets to red, getting me when this generator has gone to red, the only thing I can do now is look at the boss and say, I can keep it running at the risk of destroying it, but once I turn it off, it may not turn back on. If this monkey over here had come and got me when it was in this big yellow ass section, there's a lot of things I could have done. Now it's in this red section. There's not a lot of things that I can do. More red won't help a lot because red equals dead. Yep. In retrospect, our descendants will look at stock market and say that was fucking stupid. Yes. In retrospect, our descendants will look at the stock market and say, why did they ever allow speculation? Hold on, my daughter just woke up. I feel for the woman I was there. Sadly, after years of it, you survive, you get used to it. Right. As I tell people all the time, I started off poor, I wound up rich, I ended up poor, I'm well off again. And if I have to choose between well off or poor, I'm going to choose to be well off because life is better when you're well off. Life is just better when you're well off. Because speculation allowed for insane... Oh, speculation has also driven investment of a lot of things we use every day, though. That is true. Because risk versus reward. Those who risk it get the biscuit. There's been a lot of technology companies. There's been a lot of pharmaceutical companies. I remember a long time ago in a land far away, I was watching back when we were allowed to be logged into Yahoo, not at yahoo.com, but logged into Yahoo. I asked my boss, I was sitting there, it was about 2:30 in the afternoon, and a stock that I was invested in, it was a penny stock, and it had grown to about $1.80, and then out of nowhere, it jumped like $13 a share. I said to my boss, I said, hey, Colonel, can I run home real quick? He said, you can take the rest of the day, ain't got nothing going on. I literally looked like a jackass. I ran home 4 blocks in uniform, utility uniform, from the building to my computer, ran in the door and sold all of my shares of stock. Why? Because I had bought a couple of thousand shares in penny stocks of this pharmaceutical company that had gone to $1.18 or $1.35 or $1.80 something, and then it was trading at 13. By the time I ran home, it was trading at $18 a share. I sold all that shit, and that one thing created a bunch of financial freedom for my family. Speculative market. No, it didn't go to zero. They got bought. Not at that price. They got bought, but they had gotten an FDA patent on not a cancer drug, a childhood illness drug. But then you win some, you lose some. People get mad at me. You would be surprised at how many PMs I get when I talk about where you should put your money. People are like, oh, you're telling people not to put money into things that'll make them a lot of money. I'm telling people that have no idea how to make money, how to be little growth. I'm telling people that didn't receive any generational wealth. Who didn't receive any generational wealth, how to have generational wealth. One thing about it being worse now than 97, it depends on who you talk to. For instance, my mom has a better job now than 97. You know, that's great. Your mom has a better job now than she has in 97. Does she have more consumerism? Does she have more buying power? Because just because you have a better job that pays more, doesn't mean you have more buying power. You have to actually do the math. You actually have to have empirical numbers. The problem is what a dollar was worth in 97 and what a dollar is worth now. Let me pull up the calculator real quick. Let me see. So if we were to take is your mom making double? Is your mom making 107% or 207% because, you know, you have to have 107% more buying power? That's what a lot of people don't understand about comparing a 30-year-old economy, right? You had more consumerism because prices were lower, which is what I tell people all the time. People are all like, oh, well, my problems would be solved if minimum wage was raised. Oh, really? Well, California has done this, and Washington has done this. If raising the minimum wage would solve your problems, then why hasn't, the 30 states that raised minimum wage, why do those states still have problems? My state Illinois raised minimum wage to $15 an hour. But it didn't solve anybody's problem. Why? Because when you raise minimum wage, immediately everything that is a service or a good as a service immediately slides in scale to accommodate $15 an hour. Well, if you're making more, but you're paying everybody more, you quite easily are paying more than what you were paying previously. And I've done this example numerous times with child support, or daycare, not child support, but daycare, childcare. You end up getting a bump from $7.50 to $15 an hour. And then you start paying more in childcare, and all of a sudden you were paying 13% of your income on childcare. Now you're paying 15% on your income in childcare. Well, guess what? You're no better off. You're worse off because you're paying 2% more of your income because the price changed. That's why you can't have a singleton in an economic discussion. Also, does increasing minimum wage not also increase welfare since they are bound together? Not exactly. And that is something that drives me absolutely bonkers. We say that the minimum wage in Illinois is $15 an hour. So $15 an hour. Oh, let me switch to white. $15 an hour by 2080 is 31,002, right? Yeah, so 31,002. But the poverty line is just under 16,000. How do you say the minimum wage, the minimum they can pay you, is $31,200 a year. But if you make $16,000, you're in poverty. I would think that we would look at that and say, if the minimum wage to sustain a life is $31,200, then the poverty line has to be $31,200. I think the other problem is you have people making $31,200 that are paying taxes. I did a whole video on this. We're taxing people back into poverty. In 97, she worked at a clothing store with low pay. Now she works at a hospital making like 2 or 3 times more. Well, is it 2 or is it 3? Because if it's 2, she's not any better off. And this is why sometimes having a conversation with you specifically is so difficult. If she's only making double her pay, your entire example is wrong, because unless she's making 107% more, which is more than double, she has less buying power than she did in 1997, because the rate of inflation for a $1997 to today is 107%. So when you say 2 or 3 times, well, then no offense, but it's like talking to you sometimes is like trying to put a saddle on a cow. I'm gonna work like hell, but what's the point? Because if it's only 2 times, she's not better off. It has to be 2.07 or 2.035 in order for the buying power for her to have more consumer buying power. Because you got to take 1997's prices and 1997's earnings. Remember, 1997, gas in my area was 99 cents. In fact, I think in 1997, gas was still 89 cents a gallon. So 2 hours of pay filled the tank for the week. And since I didn't run around much, work, school, home, 1 tank of gas a week, 2 hours of pay filled the tank and gave me enough to get a Coke and a candy bar. What's gas at now? $5, I think $4.89 is what I saw this morning. Yeah, individual accounts are not really relevant. I mean, they are. Empirical data is data. It leads to observation. But that's what a lot of people, they don't grasp. They're like, oh, I was making more. Sure. For example, the day before I married my wife, right, I was making X amount of money. The day after I married my wife, I was making the same amount of money. But I had a hell of a lot less money. Why? Now I suddenly had a wife and a kid. You got to take, how much do you make? I don't know her exact pay back then. Just that it was somewhere between 13 and 17 an hour. Okay, I'm going to stop you right now. Okay, I'm going to stop you. Because nobody was working in a crappy clothing store in 1997 for $13 to $17 an hour. Nobody was making that much in a crappy clothing store. So I'm going to politely ask you to stop, because you're just making shit up now. Because I wasn't making $17 an hour in 1997 as an assistant district manager. I was making $17 an hour when I got my corporate job. Okay? So you're just throwing bullshit at the wall now. Because $17 an hour was $35,000 a year. And that is hella good money in 1997. This is why you kind of need to, like, you got to bring a gun to a gunfight. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. You kind of have to have some numbers. Let me help you out here. The median household income in 1997 in America was $37,000. $17 an hour is $35,360. So at $17 an hour, you were just shy of the median household income. So if you made that, right, in 97, you were balling. You can't be all over the place. And this is why but I'm glad that you're doing this, because this is the walking, talking, breathing example of what's wrong with our society. Because first of all, you're off by a margin of $4 an hour, which is radically huge. But people don't understand your salary doesn't mean anything. For example, if I move to Costa Rica right now and I come back to America every 5 months for 4 days and I log that I'm back in America, I could live like royalty down in Costa Rica because the cost of living is all the way down here. I could go to some Asian countries and live like royalty because their cost of living is in the 4 figures. 9,000 American is your cost of living for the whole year. I make 10 times that on my pension. You only make 20 an hour now working a job that requires some knowledge. So if you were making 17 an hour in 97 on a crappy retail job, not happening. Right, exactly. What was... I want to say Illinois minimum wage in 1997. I want to say it was $4.25 still. I think it was $4.25. It might have been $4.35. It was crazy low. People are... Oh, I'm sorry. It was $4.75 in 97. And then it jumped to $5.15 the next year. Because the federal rate became $5.15 in September of 1997, and the states were afforded a grace period.
Power.
Let's see, what else did I download for today? I'm gonna play this one. I just want to talk about this. I will be right back.
A woman in Galveston, Texas is now suing firefighters after claiming she was inappropriately touched during a dramatic roller coaster rescue that left passengers stranded nearly 80 minutes at the top of the ride. According to reports, the terrifying incident began after an operational mistake allegedly caused the roller coaster to become stuck vertically on the track, leaving 8 riders trapped high above the ground. Witnesses said passengers were left hanging at the top of the attraction for over an hour in extreme stress while emergency crews rushed to the scene. Firefighters eventually arrived with ladder trucks and began a complicated rescue operation from several stories above the ground. Rescuers carefully removed passengers one by one from the stalled roller coaster while balancing on narrow platforms and safety equipment. The woman alleges that during her extraction from the ride, a firefighter touched her inappropriately while attempting to maneuver her to safety. The rescue...
Okay, so this is this bullshit that we're having in this modern era. Okay, look, I've been on one trapped roller coaster my entire life. Luckily, it wasn't vertical that way. Now, somebody that says... it's turned out that this story is fake. I want to preface and foot stomp. Story is fake. Those 8 kids that were trapped on that ride were school kids, right? School kids. But... so that people know, normally when you have a roller coaster like this, right? From this point to this point, there's no brakes. There's no braking mechanism between this point and this point. And the reason why there's no braking mechanism is because they don't want you stuck upside down in a loop. That particular ride and I'm very familiar with rides constructed like this. That particular ride, why it has brakes is because as you pass each safety threshold, it engages locks. Yeah, being upside down perfectly at an apex can kill you from brain pressure. Absolutely. Right, hence rollbacks if you don't have enough spree. Right, exactly. That's why there's brakes on the front and the back. Once you go through the loops, the brakes engage to make sure you don't roll back. If you roll back, it goes. This one, as you cross through each, and you've been on a ride like this, you've heard it, it'll go click, 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 and you'll hear a really loud clang. That's basically the interlock pin going into place. So the farthest you're gonna roll back is to there. Once you cross this one, and then when you go this way, there's not gonna be any brakes on the down. They want you to go, they want you to get down. Now, I was on a ride that was on its initial up, right? So here's the loading station, and it was on its initial up. And again, every time we cross the threshold, the locks engage. Well, something happened, and this lock engaged, and this lock engaged, and we were stuck right here. Well, we had to get out of that, and that was not comfortable. They tried to take us down one at a time. I was about 17. My good friend was 16. She was autistic. She wasn't listening. And I said to the firefighters, like, hey, she is autistic. You don't exist in her world right now. You're not going to get through to her. I said, I've been watching what you're doing. She and I rock climb together. She will listen to my orders for belay and for transfer. I said, I know that you've been taking people down one at a time. I said, I can take her down. Just give me the vest. Give her a vest. I'll follow your instructions. You give me instructions. She'll take my instructions. So we're going down. Everything's good. She actually broke this pinky finger because she was next to me. I had my hand on the thing. She grabbed hold of it. So as we're going down, it's just, hey, look at me. It's just like rock climbing. Transfer 1. Transfer 2. If any of you that know rock climbing, if you have a novice with you, you have 2 cables, you transfer 1 at a time. You call it out. We went down, got to the bottom, got her calmed down. We had to wait for our last friend. Our last friend was in the 4th seat. Firefighter came over and said, you did exceptionally well with her. Please don't try to talk to her right now. She's like 1 second from throwing up on you. Really cool, no problem. Our other friend was like laughing about it because the firefighter accidentally grabbed a handful of titty. They're trying to get the fucking release pin is on the outside of the ride carriage. So you got a firefighter leaning over a person, trying to get around them, and she's laughing about it. Look, motherfucker, you're gonna sue a firefighter, even if we know the story's false. A firefighter is trying to safely get you out from a vertical seated position, and he might have touched you inappropriately. Look, I would get it. Yeah, if you're saving my life, I don't care what you have to do. Like, not a great story. Girl got injured in the military. She lacerated her hip pretty badly. Got there, we called for a medic. She was bleeding too badly. I was like, hey, I'm gonna have to have you wiggle out of your pants. I have to get a look because I was a medic. I was a trained medic. I was a BMET, but I'm still a trained medic. And she's like, I'm not wearing any underwear. And I'm like, look, I don't give a shit if you're wearing underwear or not. I give a shit the fact that is a lot more blood than we should be having coming right now. And it's going to take them a minute to get here. So embarrassment, or do you want to bleed out? Which is it? Because I got to take a look. Now, if it had been like a little trickle of blood, I would have had her hold and compress inside of her pants. But she was bleeding the fuck out, like literally a puddle of blood. Guys, come on. There's reports of women not receiving CPR in a timely manner because male medics are afraid of being sued for sexual assault. I don't know about male medics. I do know that I have seen a recent uptick in some of the law reviews I read of men walking away if it's a woman. I do not carry a barrier anymore, a CPR barrier. I do not carry a CPR barrier. I'm not giving CPR. I've allowed my CPR certification to expire. I've allowed my my AED certification to expire, my first aid, everything's expired now. The only people I plan on saving are my wife and my kids. I would say if my son-in-law was injured, I'd save my son-in-law because he's family. Beyond that, nope, sorry. The risk of lawsuit is too high. And the problem is, I know what some people say, well, you should try to save them because of the Good Samaritan law. Nope, because then I got to get a lawyer to defend myself. I'm not going to spend money to save. You want to sue me for not, you want to sue me for not doing anything? My defense in court will just be like, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm no longer a 7-level medic. My CPR certification is expired. My first aid certification is expired. I didn't have a first aid kit with me. I didn't have a barrier. Sorry. And fuck off. If they're going to say, well, you have a duty to assist, I'm going to say, I didn't know that. I've been a recluse for 9 years. Fuck off.
A woman in Galveston.
Let's see. This one. This goes back to the school one.
Hey, parents, listen, there's no such thing in 2026 that you didn't know your child wasn't going to graduate. I see parents on here making arguments for their children, saying that the school didn't notify them and there was stuff the counselors did wrong and all this kind of stuff. Look, we got Infinite Campus. We got the parent portal. We got the login. We got Remind. We got Power School.
Back when I was in school, and I'm showing my age here, the internet wasn't as advanced. Smartphones weren't what they were today, back then. We had to give our parents a paper report card or them little printouts that they printed on the white piece of paper, the 6-week reports they called it. And if you had a bad grade or a few bad grades on there, you had to get it signed by the teacher. And the teachers that was really on their P's and Q's knew your parent's signature, so you couldn't forge it. Or they would call and be like, hey, Miss So-and-so, this doesn't look like your signature. Are you aware of so-and-so's grades? No, I'm not aware of anything. Did he get a report card? Yeah, we sent it home, and I was just wanting to let you know. Okay. In this day and age, the next person always wants someone to blame. No, we got to start holding our kids accountable. This goes back to what I was saying before. Your kid is not always right. When a teacher calls you and tells you XYZ about your kid, don't get on the defensive. In your mind, oh, well, I know he wouldn't do that. I know she wouldn't do that. You don't know. You don't know that. You're not a mind reader. You can't. You don't have a vision up here that's showing you everything. Your kid is not perfect. The school called me about my son. I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to hear both sides of the story. I'm not going to shut the teacher or the principal down and make it seem like they, no, tell me what he did. Maybe not graduating will open up their eyes and see their friends walking across their stage and they got to stay behind another year.
I'm going to give an example of this. I don't think Melly Umpkin will like it, but that's okay. We were at Disney. Now, a couple of months ago, about 6 months ago now, my daughter got her tongue pierced. Doesn't bother me. I don't see it. Cool, whatever. Daughter got her tongue pierced. She's encountering now the problem with having a pierced tongue at an amusement park. You gotta crank your tongue ring on before you go on every roller coaster. So, she heightened it. My daughter happened to be pin trading. Her tongue ring popped out. She plays with it. So she broke the ball. And at the same moment, she drove a Disney pin into the back of her thumb. And she cussed in front of a bunch of kids. right as the manager of the Figment store was walking out from the back, and the manager dead-locked eyes with my kid. Now, my kid doesn't look 20, which is the only saving grace. From the floor where I'm, getting the bag all put together, I look up, I said, hey, watch your mouth, there's littles around. And my 20-year-old said, I just drove a pin into my thumb. Said, it doesn't matter if you put a pin in your thumb, you don't cuss around the littles. And my daughter got a little pissed with me, and she put her thumb in her mouth and she walks out the door. I looked at the manager. The manager's facial expression had changed, looked satisfied. So I went out, I followed my kid. I just said, hey, I understand things are going to happen. I addressed you, so the manager of the store didn't have to address you. It's okay. It's not a big deal. But let's watch our F-bombs at Disney World. And she's like, but my thumb really hurts. I'm like, I know your thumb really hurts because you put a pin through it. But yeah, I saved your ass from dealing with Disney police or getting a Disney ticket, because they will give you a language ticket if you're just cuss and vulgar. If you're just being vulgar. I said, so just shake it off. But that's good parenting. It doesn't matter that my kid is 20. It would if I correct my 25-year-old. If she's cussing in front of, which she doesn't do now that she's a mom, but when she was younger, she would cuss in front of littles. I say, hey, watch it. Watch it. There's littles around. My father, at 83 years old, would cuff me upside my head if I dropped an F-bomb in front of littles. Right. If your friends are saying wild shit around kids, be like, hey, littles, E for everyone, right? Now, let's talk about that though. If I'm in a sports bar, I ain't moderating my language because your littles aren't. This is an adult establishment. Your littles shouldn't be here. I don't know when we decided the kids should be in sports bars. Well, fuck them kids. But this guy said about parenting, that's our problem. We don't want to let the kids find out a little bit. You had a report book that needed to be signed by your parents and would be confirmed every 3 months at the teacher meeting? Oh yeah, absolutely. You got to bring that thing back and forth. Now, my kids have my permission in high school to sign my name. But they better text me right away and say, shit, Dad, I forgot to have you sign the permission slip. It's for the field trip. Great, sign it. I already did. Okay. So if the school calls me and says, yeah, is this your signature? Does it look like a J with a squiggle on the end of it? Yeah, that's me. Because it's my signature. If I delegate my signature to my children, that's me to do. My kid did what they were supposed to do. They're following my instructions. My kid will get an ass ripping when they get home. Be like, hey, it's homework. I need to know what's going on. But I don't feel like you sitting on a fucking bench while your friends are at the museum. So good on you for solving the problem. Bad on you for not proactively fixing the problem. But you don't know your kid's not graduating? Where the fuck have you been for 3.5 years? Your kid shouldn't graduate if they can't read. The high school in the school district I'm in has finally fucking listened. What are they building? A vocational education building. They bought the old Dollar General and they're building a voc ed building. Good. That's what these kids need. Some of these kids are not scholars. They need to be electricians, masons, carpenters, mechanics. Let's start teaching kids that stuff again.
Hey, parents.
I don't know why working with your hands is suddenly a bad, dirty thing. This is another teacher. What does she have to say?
This is the unfortunate time where parents are finding out that No Child Left Behind does not include graduation.
First, let's start with this. No Child Left Behind isn't even still in effect. And I'm gonna need some of y'all to stop using it as a catch-all for all of the issues that exist in education today. But let's talk about what she's really talking about in this video, which is social promotion, which is children being passed along while struggling academically until graduation requirements finally hit a wall. Now, yes, I 100% believe that parents absolutely should know what's going on academically with their child. Check the portal, answer the phone calls, go to conferences, ask questions. But some of y'all like to act like schools are just innocent bystanders in this situation. And that is where you lose me as a teacher. Because if a child has been underperforming for years, the school knew, the data knew. The interventions were either insufficient, inaccessible, or non-existent. A child doesn't wake up senior year magically unprepared to graduate. And I'm tired of people acting like accountability only matters once graduation is involved. Where was this same energy in elementary school when the reading levels were low, or in middle school when the grades started slipping? Where was the urgency when students were telling us through their behavior, attendance, and performance that they were struggling academically? And let's get real spicy for a second. Some school systems love social promotion because holding students back in large numbers would actually force people to confront how many children are actually failing in this system. That conversation gets real uncomfortable real quick. And another thing, publicly mocking children or their parents for them not graduating on time is nasty work. Because if a student made it all the way to senior year without the academic foundations that they needed to be able to walk across that stage, multiple adults, multiple systems failed them along the way. That's not tea. That's tragedy. So yes, parents need to be involved, but schools also need to stop pushing kids through without the supports necessary for them to realize actual academic success. Both of those things can be true at once. Okay? Bye.
So my big talk, she's absolutely
unfortunate time where parents
she's absolutely spot on. 100% spot on. Number one, my high school, like I said, I'm not saying everybody should. I'm not saying that private Catholic school has all the answers, but I think some of the pages in their playbook would fix a lot of the problems. Do you know that in private school, to go to any dance, you have to be in good academic standing? Homecoming, prom, spring dance, you can't buy tickets if you're not passing all your classes. Period. Dot. You can't attend games. You can't attend home games. They can't stop you from going to away games, but you can't attend home games if you're not passing. They literally pull you in on Friday during homeroom and they tell you you're on social probation. What it means is you can't do anything fun related to the school. If you're an athlete, now what pisses me off about Illinois is we have the IHSA, the Illinois High School Sports Association. When I was a teacher in a public school, I had kids pulled out of my class because they were star athletes that couldn't fucking read, but I gave them an F, so they were academically ineligible. At the private school, if you're not academically eligible every single week, not in the quarter, not at the midterm, every single week they do a grades check. You can't even dress out and be on the bench with your team because you can't go to the game. 2 weeks in a row that you're not academically eligible, the coach can kick you off the team because it's a private school. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. When is AOC's next hearing? A couple of weeks from now, because Stephen lost a whole bunch of motions while I was on vacation. So, a couple of weeks. I think the middle of June. June 13th is striking in my head as a number. Yeah, we need more Coach Carters in the world. What we have is we have a society that is turned education into glorified babysitters. Period. Dot. If these kids can't read, what are you doing? What are you doing with them? What are you doing with them if they can't read? We're letting them play basketball. Why? Because at least with basketball, he has a chance to go to college. Go to college and do fucking what? I went to a college that was trying to build a basketball program, recruiting people and then giving them scholarships. And then they fucking had to be expelled because they're stupid. They can't read. 54% of Americans read at the 6th grade level or less. 65% of Americans go to college. That lets you know that 11% of the people going to college can't fucking read above the 6th grade level. You can't get these numbers and make them magic their ass to mean anything else.
A lot of people don't understand. George Carlin was pretty right down the middle. Check this out.
How I handle some of the...
Oh, I showed this one the other day. That was prepped for Monday.
I hope that not only do they bring charges...
Oh, yep. That's some of these got mixed up in my download order.
I don't want to do x-rays once a year just to get my teeth cleaned.
Okay. I don't know what it is about people, but I'm seeing more and more and more and more and more of this. The fucking more and more and more people saying I don't want to pay for dental x-rays. So I'm gonna play this video again because this is now the 3rd or 4th thing that I've seen about dental x-rays.
I don't want to do x-rays once a year just to get my teeth cleaned. Are the dentists just wanting to do it to make money, or is it really mandated that now you have to have x-rays once a year for the doctor to look at you? Don't look at me, doctor. Just let the hygienist clean my teeth and I'll go home. I don't want you to look at me and diagnose me.
Okay, I hear this a lot and I get why people feel this way. So let me explain this in a way that makes sense. In dentistry, we're not just treating pain, we're treating problems before they start to hurt. A lot of dental issues, like cavities, infections, or bone loss, aren't things that you can see in the mirror. They don't cause pain right away. By the time they cause pain, they're usually harder to fix and a lot more expensive to fix. So x-rays aren't an extra. They're part of the way that dentists find out if there's something happening beneath the surface. And I want to clarify something. At a dental office, it's not like picking add-ons at a salon. We don't just do things randomly. Everything that we do, the x-rays, the cleanings, the exams, these are standards of care and they are designed to help keep you and your teeth healthy as long as possible. You always have the right to ask questions and understand why something is recommended. And you should always ask those questions. We want you to be comfortable. Our job is to give you the full picture, including problems you can't see with the naked eye. I'm Dr. Akin. I improve smiles for a living. Follow me if you want to learn how to keep yours beautiful.
So, I hate the dentist. I think if you've been on my show long enough, you've probably heard me talk about I absolutely hate the dentist. But I had a childhood dentist that fucked up that nearly killed me. That's why I hate the dentist. For those of you that haven't heard the story, he nicked something in my mouth and I bled overnight. I'm a heavy bleeder anyway. I nearly bled to death from dental work. I didn't go to the dentist for a long period of time because I was afraid of the dentist. I met a dentist who, friend of a friend, looked at my teeth and said, "What dental insurance do you have?" I said, "This." He said, "Please, for the love of God, come see me. I need to look at your teeth." I said, "All right." I ended up needing a bunch of work. Guy actually cut me. He was a friend of a friend. I needed all 4 quadrants of my mouth scaled, how bad my teeth were. Since then, I take really exceptional care of my teeth. But I've had 5 teeth extracted on top of my wisdom teeth. So I've had 9 extracted total. Everything is crowned. Yeah, scaled. It's debriding. And then I've had, of the remaining teeth, I think I've had 5 root canals. I just have Irish bad teeth. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate you. And yeah, next I'll get to that in a second. The trick is, doctors and dentists are radically different, because you go to the doctor feeling like crap because something is wrong, and the doctor gives you something and helps you feel better. You go to the dentist feeling fine, the dentist finds 6 cavities. It's a consumerism thing. In your brain, you went to the dentist thinking everything was okay, and he finds all this stuff. Well, you don't like that. You don't like the process. Well, the problem with your teeth is, once your teeth are damaged, your teeth don't fix themselves. And by the way, for other people who are going to talk to me about that gum, oh, chewing this gum fixes your teeth. No, the fuck it doesn't. No, the fuck it doesn't. You can't chew a gum and fix your teeth. Yeah, if you go to the dentist only at toothy hurty, then you're pretty much fucked already. You're probably going to lose the tooth. Now, devil's advocate, if a patient only wants a cleaning and no x-rays, they should be allowed to request that, provided they are informed of what the decision means. I agree, 100%. But at the same time, if the patient says, I don't want an x-ray, I don't want an exam, I only want a cleaning, then the dentist should have every right to say, well, then we don't want you as a patient. Because what are you going to do when you come in and you say toothy hurty? And I've been coming here for 3 years. Yeah, but you've denied x-rays for 3 years. Not only should you have x-rays done once a year, if you haven't ever had a panoramic of your jaw, you should talk to your dentist about saying, hey, do you not have a panoramic? Because there's a camera that goes from one side of your face to the other side, and it gives them a better look at how all the teeth are touching, because you bite on this little thing, and it shows them your jaw structure as well. Now, again, the customer is always right. The decision should void dental insurance because you are preventing the identification of cavities. It does. That's what a lot of people don't understand. I pay military veterans, all the vets in here will tell you, we get really dick fucking dental insurance. I don't know what the fuck it is, considering that I'm not well versed enough to understand it, but I know there is a link between dental care and heart disease. But we get Delta Dental, I think, is our or is one of our options. All of our options as vets for dental care is fucking garbage. It's absolute shit. They don't even do the one side to another as much anymore. They have you stand in it. It does entire dude. Yeah. Yeah. Some of them have the full go around. I didn't know how common basically the tomogram. It's not a tomogram, but it's the same concept. I didn't know how common those had been. I had one of those as well prior to my jaw surgery. If you compare them to the ACA system, they're bronze. Yeah. But I get it. But people, it's kind of like this. My brakes are squeaking. My brakes started squeaking about Tennessee on the way home. Called and made an appointment. Oh, it's bronze. I got to get my brakes done. I wouldn't not get my brakes done in the hopes that I don't crash into something. I'm going to get my teeth looked at. If you don't want to get your teeth looked at, don't get your teeth looked at. But I will tell you what happens if you don't get your teeth looked at. My dad was sitting at the dinner table once upon a time in a land far away, just eating his dinner, and a tooth fell out of his mouth. And this was when I was having all sorts of dental pain. And I said, hey, wait a minute. You ride my ass all the time about why I don't go to the dentist. He's like, yeah. I said, a tooth just fell out of your mouth, old man. When was the last time you were at the dentist? This motherfucker says to me, I don't know, when you were a boy. I was like, I'm making you a dental appointment. He's like, I'm not going. I'm like, I'm making you a fucking dental appointment. My dad goes to the dentist. Has like 9 cavities. So.
I don't want to do extra.
And don't do them. Oh, let's talk about this one. This one was one I downloaded and it had a lot of talking points. Work from home. Now, before I show the video, I'm a big advocate of work from home. I'm a really big advocate for work from home because having studied a number of Bureau of Labor statistics, the number of people the amount of work you get done in a workday, in an 8-hour workday at work, is somewhere between 3 and 4 hours of work. As I've given the example many, many times when I've talked about why I like working from home, I like working from home because then I don't get the endless medley of people at my door. Hey, Captain, do you got a second? As I've told you guys, I was once in the middle of an investigation, aircraft crash investigation, where I had to look at chemical spectral analysis of months and months and months of fuel deliveries. It was such technical data stuff that I had to read. I taped over the window in my office so nobody could look in. And on the sign, the sign literally said, yes, the captain is in. No, I do not have a minute. Please do not disturb if the door is closed. Now, I had to be on base because I can't look at those files from home. The fucking door says do not disturb. Is the building on fire? No. Appreciate the resub. Is the building on fire? No. Fuck off. But I just need a minute. Can you read? Yes. What does the door say? I'm not trying to be an asshole to you, but what does the fucking door say? Well, I just need a minute. I don't have a minute. Shut the door. I love work from home. As I've said, I used to open up my laptop at 5:30 in the morning on BlizzardCon conditions in Ohio. Anybody from Ohio can tell you they're not fucking around. When they declare a BlizzardCon, you're not allowed to drive unless you're driving to a hospital. That's it. They even recommend if you have to drive to a hospital for a non-emergency, call so that the police can kind of gravitate towards the route you're taking, because they lose cars into snowdrifts all the time in Beaver Creek, Centerville area. Work from home produces better results with the right kind of people. Not everybody can work from home. Some of you, not you, because the people that gravitate towards my show aren't like the Asmongold or the Hassan Piker crowd, but some workers are the trapped rat syndrome. They get a lot of work done if you stare at them and force them to work. Other people, it produces no results with the wrong people. I think some people working from home is great because those people are willing to work more than 8 hours a day. The right people are to the job. They'll internally rationalize, well, I leave for work at 7 o'clock in the morning and I don't get home till 4:30. So I will work that whole period of time, even though from 7 to 8, I'm usually, or 7 to 7:35, I'm in the car. And 3:55 to 4:30, I'm in the car. I'll work those hours to get this done. I think those are good people. I think this was a really, really interesting discussion about work from home.
If you work remote, does that mean you can work from anywhere? And should disciplinary action or even termination be in place if you're not working from your home? So this is a really interesting article that's advocating for the end of what they call hush trips. So a hush trip is, let's say that you have a fully remote job and you decide to drive to Arizona where my parents live, and you're going to work from your parents' place in Arizona for a week. You're still going to log in at 8, you're still going to finish your work at 5 or whatever your normal schedule is. You're going to get all your work done. So should there be any issue with that as long as you're doing your job? Now, the problem with this is that people don't know when to stop pushing it. So to me, somebody that has remote employees, hybrid employees, and in the office employees, I don't have a problem with someone going somewhere where they're getting all of their work done, they're available for all of their cell phone calls, all of their Teams calls, anything that might come up, with the caveat that if a team member calls them or a client calls them or anything else, that they have a professional appearance and a professional background. And by the way, that's really easy to do now with, Zoom and Teams background and all these other things that we all have access to. So putting a background with your company logo on it or just a professional background, taking a blazer and a shirt with you or whatever is appropriate for your level of work, and being completely available just like you're at your home. I don't care where you are. As
So I think this is a really important talking point because we've got to get away from this new idea that management can manage you in your house. I've seen a lot of people talking about the mouse jigglers, right? You went inactive for 8 minutes. Yep. Why? Because I was reading a long document. Well, why'd you go inactive? Because it was a long document. Well, how are you reading it? In paper? Well, why'd you print it? Because I was making notes on it. It's in my briefcase if you would like me to show you, because I'm old school and that's how I work. You don't seem to have a problem with it when I'm in the office and we go to talk about something and I pull out 4 or 5 technical orders or instructions. And so as we're talking, where this instruction references this TO and this TO references a different instruction, as it goes, I pull out each one. So I've got 5 sheets of paper. I used to have 5 or 6 binders about this big in my Go box for all my regulations and TOs. Also, I was away from my keyboard for 8 minutes. So what? I was in the bathroom. Well, that was excessive amount of time. Are you going to stand in the bathroom while I'm here at work? I think that we have a massive disconnect between cultures. As with everything, there's limits, and people will push those limits. So expectations need to be clearly set for employees. I agree with you. I think what we have is we have a radically bad set of expectation management, and people don't know what to do with it. Look, I want you to be successful at your job. It's why I've told you guys, when I hire people for jobs, my last question, if I could get away with it legally, I would ask one question. And then, depending on how you answer the first question, is whether or not I do the rest of the interview. Are you here to make friends or make money? If your answer isn't here to make money, I don't really want you to work for me. Because all that bullshit that people say, like, if I'm working for somebody on a contract and they say, oh, we're like a family environment here, that's a red flag. That's a red fucking flag to me. Well, we're like a big family here. Because I don't do business with family. Yeah, the like a family shit. And no, I'm here to make money. I'm not here to make friends, because I'm not here to cover for anybody. Like, I know some people don't like it when I say this. Don't ever ask me what I make. If I'm your coworker, don't ever ask me what I make, because I'm never gonna tell you. Yeah, I'm here to make money. I'd prefer if it's on friendly terms with everybody in the office, but money first. Somebody said, well, why won't you tell other people if what you make? Because I don't know what's on their resume, I know what's on mine. I have a family member, works from home with a large company. She's required to have a camera turned on at her PC so the managers can watch her and her colleagues the entire work shift. She manages paperwork for the company. She's basically in sourcing, purchasing, type role. That's so stupid. There is no reason that she has to have a camera on. I have a friend who does sales and she has to have a camera on at all times. That's stupid. It's so dumb. That's a hostile work environment. And the reason why I say, because if I was at work and I was in an office or I was in a cubicle, would you be standing in the cubicle 24/7 with me? No? Great. Then I'm here, I'm logged into Zoom, but my camera is off and my mic is off. If you want to ping me or knock or whatever the fuck Zoom does, Teams does, whatever, you want to knock so that I can turn on my camera? Yeah, camera in my house, so surveillance in my home? Fuck that. Yeah, fuck that. Nope. because it's ridiculous. Am I getting the work done? Yes. Okay, then great. Leave me alone. Let's see. Iran war live. U.S. strikes. U.S. strikes. Kuwait airport attack as Gulf turmoil spreads. Kuwait said. Kuwait says Iranian drone and missile strikes that hit a terminal at its international airport killed one person and wounded a dozen others. Kuwait authority says one person was killed, 63 were wounded. They say they responded to 13 ballistic missiles and 17 drones. Bahrain says its army intercepted 3 missiles and several drones. But I thought, according to Donald Trump, we eliminated their entire capability to fire drones or to fire ballistic missiles. I thought before I went on vacation, he said we were mission complete. Iran said they were in response to U.S. strikes on a commercial vessel and communications tower. It says it attacked the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain and what it described as a helicopter base in Kuwait. What's happening in the occupied West Bank? Oh, I'm glad to see somebody is still mentioning that the West Bank is occupied. The next 24 hours will be crucial for the nominal ceasefire in Lebanon. Israel's invasion of southern Lebanon devastates centuries of history. I understand. Oh, what's my take on the U.S. military shooting at and disabling the civilian tanker that didn't follow the U.S. blockade? Let me talk about that. The U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is illegal. This is why I think the world is cooked across the board. The U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is a violation of international waters. It is a violation of UN Charter. The United States does not have the right to sanction anybody to the point of seizing their vessels. The United Nations does. The only reason why the United States gets away with it, Britain gets away with it, France gets away with it, Germany gets away with it, is because between all of those countries, they have the majority of the military might. If we do a little anno history, if we do a little make-believe, pretend, for example, I can make any fantasy realm reality. If I could drop into reality the coalition military from Rifts and their naval forces, if I could drop the Ticonderoga into the Atlantic Ocean, nobody would be able to have any blockades because I would tell them to go fuck themselves. And then what would happen? Yeah, legal or illegal, it doesn't matter if there's no enforcement body. Exactly. Hold on, let me see what they decide to do. Let's take a look. Oh, well, that's good. CENTCOM disables non-compliant vessel in Arabian Gulf. So, yeah. I think Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump, probably J.D. Vance are all guilty of war crimes. But since we're not voluntary members of The Hague, can't bring them up. This is shame on the rest of the world. shame on the rest of the world for allowing the United States to become so militarily dominant that now nobody can control the United States. And being a veteran of the United States military, what I will say is, hello there over on Kick. What I will say is, the United States versus the rest of the world, the United States wins with no more than 25% attrition. That's not a boast, that's not a flex, that's not anything. Unfortunately, the rest of the world decided to allow the United States to do everything. China, we could body China. China has no ability to project force into deep water. China doesn't have any deep water carriers, which means China has no ability to engage the US Navy. Now, China is an incredibly hard target for the United States military to attack, but China's really far away from the United States. China can't really get into the war. The only people who can get into the war, that's not even counting nukes. That's all conventional explosive weapons. China is expanding their carrier fleet. Yes, I am aware. I have read the intel reports on China expanding their carrier fleet. China needs about another 30 years before their carrier program will catch up to our carrier program and what we had in about the 1990s. You can't just take floating casinos and turn them into aircraft carriers. China claims that they have a larger navy than the United States Navy does. The United States Coast Guard has a larger navy than China does. They are also headed towards robot warfare. Yes, great. And what? So are we. We are ahead of China in robot warfare. It's not like we haven't been developing it. You can look up many articles written at DARPA, many articles written at the Air Force Institute of Technology. It's not like we haven't been developing these things. The problem is people that don't know how to read military reports. China's like, oh, we have thousands of vessels. You have dinghies with a 50 cal on them. China has thousands of boats. They have 800,000 tons of naval ships. The US Navy has 3.2 million tons. Fucking get some. That's why people that don't actually study the topic as a primary, subject matter, they read a fact and they think they've become knowledgeable about it. Yeah, I will admit, everything with a gun that floats is a naval vessel for China. Cool, no problem. Well, in that regard, the United States military has 4 of the top 10 largest air forces in the world. We have the first and the second. Our activity within Iran has made us look extremely weak. Yes, unfortunately, because Donald Trump did not understand the Persians. Donald Trump didn't understand that you have to have a victory condition. You have to have what are we trying to do? I mean, the USSR was the only one who used to compete with the USA. Right, everybody. So, long story short, for people that don't understand how we ended up in the world that we have today. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, the United States intel community was convinced that the Russian and Chinese chatter that they were about to have a true 5th gen fighter, were real. So the United States military did something that they normally don't do. They created 2 independent vertical silos for the development of 2 5th gen fighters. They developed the F-22 as a air-to-air combat fighter, and they developed the F-35, which is a multi-purpose role combat fighter, both of them to meet all the checkboxes of being 5th gen. We got both of these weapon systems operational to come to find out that neither China nor Russia has a 5th gen fighter. What they have is 4th and a half gen fighters. So now we have the F-22, which the only time it ever loses in a dogfight is when it uses external fuel pods, which breaks its stealth. So we have a fighter that ultimately nobody can see that interlinks through the computer weapons system with the F-35. Now, the F-35, China is currently testing a 6th-gen prototype. Okay, stop. China isn't testing a 6th-gen prototype. China doesn't even have a 5th-gen fighter. Again, please don't try to argue this nonsense with me. This is what I did for a career until my retirement. You are not developing a 6th-gen fighter when you don't have a 5th-gen fighter. If you're calling a non-stealth aircraft a 5th-gen fighter, then you're just making up numbers for propaganda. If the best they have is a 4.5-gen fighter, then what they're testing is at best a 5.5-gen fighter. Bad news for China. We already have a 6th-gen fighter. It's already past early prototyping. China is building something to address the F-22, and we're already building the thing in case we have to fight something on par with the F-22. So, I don't give a shit about China for 2 reasons. Number 1, their technology is terrible. Number 2, we learned our lesson in the 90s playing catch-up, so we're already building a 6th-gen fighter. We just haven't put them into production because why would we commit to a production budget? So for those of you that don't understand, 95% of the cost of a weapon system is the R&D. 5% of the cost of a weapon system is the actual production. We have no reason to start the production of our 6th-gen fighter when we can still R&D the shit out of it before we start putting it in production. The F-22 and the F-35 can take on everything China and Russia has. And no offense to the Europeans who are all ecstatic about the Gripen. The Gripen is great for what the Gripen is designed to do. What it's designed to do will make it lose to the F-22. It's not designed to beat a stealth aircraft. That's not its role. Like, unfortunately, the Gripen is a great aircraft. Yeah, the Gripen is designed to fight Russian MiGs. That's the thing. Like, I love my European brethren, but when they say stuff like, well, we have the Gripen, great. You're in weapons lock and fired at before you even know the thing shooting at you has shot at you. Because your radar doesn't even let you see. Yeah, the countries that are in the Gripen weapons program have zero plans of fighting the US military. Like, that's why the Gripen work. Hey, our biggest threat is Russia. So let's build a plane that defends us from Russia. Let's build a plane that's designed for defense, integrated ground networks, integrated ballistic missile interception capability. Let's do that because that's what our threat is. Well, what if the United States decides? Well, we're fucked then, right? That's what somebody in the meeting says. What if the United States decides to fight us? Well, then we're fucked. Because number 1, if the US decides to fight you, a carrier strike group fires 300 Tomahawks into your country. That's one strike group. Most countries don't have 300 strategic targets. Not shitting on them, but most of the European countries are about the size of 1 or 2 states. Yes, on long-range radar. But the F-22's weapon lock is so far away. Yeah, too bad a full radar suite takes 7 seconds. You have a fucking RNG chance of seeing it. Now, am I worried about China? No, I'm not worried about China. And here's why I'm not worried about China. China doesn't want to get into a pissing contest. China is a slow roll up their military so that their government can be proud, so that their government can shake the saber at Taiwan, so that their government can send missiles and shit to Iran, so that they can help support Russia. China has no interest in fighting the United States because war does not determine who is right. War determines who is left. China doesn't want a protracted war with the United States. They will never fight us. Why? What do you think the first thing we're going to do if China ever fights us? Hey, you know all that money we owe you? Yeah, fuck you. We're not paying it. The moment China starts an armed conflict with the United States, they lose access to the American market. Period. Dot. The United States is the world's largest consumer market. Russia's military was a bigger disappointing paper tiger than I expected. Honestly thought they would be able to roll over Ukraine in a few months. We don't know much about China. Their foreign policy is hide your strength, bide your time. Beast Boy, could you please stop speaking completely out of turn? What is your background to tell me what we do and do not know about China? Please tell me your military background, your intel background, or your foreign policy background. This will now be the third time I have asked you politely to stop telling me about China. I don't need you to tell me about China, okay? My information about China more than like quadruply dwarfs yours. I was a contingency planner, okay? China was in my strategic area of understanding. So why do you keep trying to talk to me about China in a way like you believe you know more than I do about China's like 30-year military buildup? The briefings I got at the end of my career are still valid for about the next 21 years of their development. So what is your background in international relations, foreign policy, military intel? Because you keep saying all these very wrong things about China. So where are you getting your information? Because China, we can see all of China. Like I've literally said, I've literally told you about the numbers of their navy. I know how China gets to their calculation. Their navy is bigger than ours. 800,000 tons versus our 3.2 million. You're talking about this 6th gen fighter, which isn't even a 4.5. It'll be a 5.5 at best. I'm just a student. I find foreign relations very interesting. Okay, you're a student. You find foreign relations very interesting. Then be a student and stop talking as be the apprentice, not the master. You're telling me China's foreign policy is hide your strength, bide your time. Sure, but we have real-time downward-looking satellites over China. We know the moment China moves any military assets. We know that their aircraft carrier was a former casino. So, like, I don't truly believe you knew. You're like they're enhancing their navy. I don't truly believe you understood that they don't have a deep water aircraft carrier. I don't truly believe you understand what that means. But you're pontificating about all these things about China. There's a lot you could learn here if you're actually interested. China can't project their naval power. China can't project air power with their navy. So China can't move the U.S. Navy away. The U.S. Navy can operate, and China says, hi, we see you, but we can't do fuck all about it. Because we can operate out of Korea, Guam, Japan, a couple other places. What does China do in that regard? They can't project air power to pressure the boats because they don't have a carrier that gets them off land. So we only have to keep our boats about 210 miles away from their coast for aircraft purposes. We have to keep them a little further away for ballistic missile purposes. But if we know they don't have any ballistic missiles, we just have to be, well, unless of course we're worried about China doing the kamikaze thing. Yeah, they have about a 50-mile range off their coast that they can operate in. So China's only option is a defensive war. Right now, unless it's a ground war, China can't launch a projected naval war right now. China does not have the capability to invade the United States. They don't have the technological capability to invade the United States. The United States doesn't have the manpower capability to invade China. That's why we're both angry cats yelling at each other through a plate of glass. We don't have enough we don't even have enough manpower to invade Iran. If the United States wanted to go into Iran, we would have to have a draft. We haven't, and some people are like, oh, well, we have 1 million plus this, 1 million plus that. Right, we do. But we can't send all of them to Iran because then we have nobody left anywhere else. Iran, to invade Iran is about 4 million people needed. Because you're going to take huge losses. If the U.S. government keeps pissing off the citizens, we'll reach a point where the people would rather we get taken over by China. To be completely honest, about 1.5 years ago, come on, Bunny, I would have jumped all over that. But considering right now, I think the average American would welcome aliens. I don't think you're very wrong about China. Yeah, Russia has needed to request more North Korean troops to maintain their lines. Russia is losing more troops before, and please forgive me, I haven't had a chance to, I've been at doctor's appointments all week. I haven't had a chance to get really caught up on the impact these Gripens have had in the Ukraine war. But before I left, Russia was losing more troops each month than they were able to recruit. So yeah, Russia is at a point now where they're cooked. Do you think the war between Israel and Iran was a proxy war between the US and China? No. I don't think the war between Israel and Iran was a proxy war because it doesn't bring China in any meaningful way. Israel and Iran have been adversaries for 60 years. Iran has repeatedly stated that the reason why Iran can't be allowed to have a nuclear weapon is because Iran has outright said, if we get a nuclear weapon, we're destroying Israel. I think that Donald Trump thought that I believe that Donald Trump thought that he could roll up Iran in a weekend. But Donald Trump doesn't know enough about military doctrine to know Israel can defend Israel. Absolutely, Israel can, but why would they? If I can get you to shoulder 90% of the expenses in munitions, why would I not get you to do it? If I can get the other guy to spend his bullets, let the other guy spend his bullets. I think Donald Trump was so desperate to look like a war leader that he thought he would roll up Iran in a weekend. And in every single contingency plan involving the Persian Gulf, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, any of those countries, the Strait of Hormuz isn't a footnote. The Strait of Hormuz is a complete binder in and of itself because of the geopolitical ramifications of the Strait of Hormuz. It's the same thing when you talk about just over to the other side. Let me bring up the map. When you bring up certain parts of the world, right? Certain parts of the world, in your ConOps book, there are things that have their own binder. If you're dealing with this part of the world, the Suez Canal, if you're dealing with Egypt, the Suez Canal isn't a footnote. It's its own binder attached. If there is a problem with Egypt, what about the Suez Canal? When you come down here and you're looking at this area, When you're looking at dealing with the Houthi rebels, when you're looking at dealing with Somalia, Djibouti, you talk about the Gulf of Aden, the Red Sea, the intercontinental shipping lane, and why the Houthi rebels have been such a pain in the ass is look at what a narrow corridor there is to pass through. And it's not hard to hit a ship when it's here. Yeah, Ethiopian pirates. Yes, absolutely. That's why you have not a footnote, you have a whole binder. So over here, the Strait of Hormuz, the Gulf of Oman, the Strait of Hormuz, you talk about it. And you talk about it when you deal with Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran. When you talk about Afghanistan specifically, Afghanistan is landlocked. In order to get ground troops into Afghanistan, you either have to have like the 101st take the airport again, or get Pakistan's permission to drive through. Well, Pakistan has already told us, go fuck off. We're never allowing you to drive through our country again. So all of these things have to be taken into consideration. Do I think the Strait of Malacca is between Malaysia and Singapore? That is not really my area, because that's the other part of that region. So I can't speak intelligently on that. But looking at it really quickly, I would say probably. Hold on, let's take a look at it. Yeah, probably. It probably would have some. Oh yeah, definitely. The gap between Singapore and Malaysia definitely would have some impact because, well, hold on. Maybe I'd have to get more intel about this piece right here. I don't think we would ever send, and Fei Lin may know more about that region than I do. I don't think we would ever send U.S. naval vessels into this. This is too constricted. Like, we wouldn't send, a carrier would never go in there. My understanding of carrier doctrine is we would never put a carrier into the Malacca Strait. Absolutely not. It's too vulnerable there. It's not open water. So, yeah, I know 90% of the exports go through the region. Militarily, though, we would not put a carrier into here. There's no reason to. We would operate over here. We would operate here. We would not put a carrier there. It's too, yeah, that's too skinny. You're too committed, and I don't see the U.S. Navy would operate in there, but not a naval strike group, not at all. We put carriers in the Gulf of Oman, but the Gulf of Oman, we're out here. We have a lot of places they can go from there. And it's been so many years. I don't think. I mean, I know we operate there. Yeah, the carrier has enough range. It doesn't need to be active there. Exactly, because we can operate out of the Philippines. We can operate air out of the Philippines, so probably to about there, and then the carrier strike group can. Yeah, I don't think we would put a carrier there. We put other vessels there. Yeah, we have. Well, that particular part. Yeah, we have KC-10s and KC-35s and KC-46s for that reason. Yeah, for places like that's why I said earlier, 210 miles for the carrier for the fighter range, but yeah, it's 700 for the ballistic missile response time. Absolutely. Just got here, but the thing to note as to why it benefits U.S.-China agenda is post-Venezuela and now Iran. China has net lost something like 18 to 27% of its global oil trading, which is nothing to scoff at. But no, this is not some sort of proxy. You know, the interesting thing about this, and I'm glad you brought up the oil trade thing. People misunderstand China's oil needs. And if you see people talking about China's oil needs, you need to correct them on something. China likes burning about 16 million barrels of oil a day. They like doing that. China is in a period of rapid economic expansion right now. The last engineering report I read, like middle of last year, China was still laying more concrete every year than the United States had laid in the last decade. China is rapidly expanding. China needs about 4.1 million gallons of oil a day. And they have that domestically. China is recently as last year, their reported numbers were 22 to 26, 28% of their personal vehicles had been converted to electric vehicles. The reason why China has a big push for electric vehicles is the more electric vehicles they have, the less gasoline, the less oil turned into consumer grade gasoline they need to use. China could lose all of its oil imports, and China would just have to slow down domestic expansion. Is China angry about being disrupted? Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, they control the mines. They have cobalt. They have lithium. They have a lot more of what they need. I don't know if there's other than xenon. Let me check real quick because that came up in a conversation. Yeah, they have extensive access for xenon gas as well. I didn't remember if they did. I knew that Ukraine had a huge stockpile of it. Or a huge amount of it. That's what Russia wants as well, on top of the Grainland. I don't think there's anything China doesn't have. Unlike the United States, and people still get this confused. We're exporting crude oil in the United States. And all on my Disney vacation, getting into conversations, people were getting mad. And they were saying, yeah, China dominates the lithium market at 70%. People were talking about, well, I don't understand why the United States is selling oil if gas is $5 a gallon. And this is another one of those things that Donald Trump talked a lot of shit, but then doesn't understand. It's not oil capacity. It's not pumping capacity that we don't have. It's refining capability. We have more crude oil than we can refine. So when Donald Trump was campaigning, and I kept saying it, he's like, drill, baby, drill. No. We need to get companies set up to refine oil that's in America. We import oil because Aramco, the Arab American oil company, refine, baby, refine. And California shuts down refineries every year. Right. India invested $300 billion in the U.S. for refining. Majorly. That might be true. Brownsville, Texas, can process 168,000 barrels a day of domestic light shale. In Duncan, Oklahoma, 400 million. And then there's a couple of other ones. So, yeah, hopefully we start getting some refining going. But what's going to happen is they'll get some refining going, and then the war will end, and oil will come in from the Middle East again, and then refineries will close. I remember refineries closing up near Chicago, Whiting or Lansing, years ago, which was stupid because from that facility, they could service a huge chunk of the Midwest, but it wasn't cost effective. I don't know. California keeps shutting down refineries. California is another great example of a government that doesn't listen to its people. Is it refined oil coming out of the Strait of Hormuz? It's both. It's both. It's crude oil that comes to the United States due to partnership agreements. It's which one is it? Oman ships finished products out. Saudi Arabia ships both crude and finished products. So they both kind of, it's kind of both. Remember, a lot of these oil companies are in are partnership agreements between the Middle East and America, Middle East and Europe. Europe is who I feel sorry for right now, though. For the Americans to understand this, right now, Americans, you think that we're being hit at the pumps at $5 a gallon. Holy shit, are some Europeans completely, they're like, some Europeans are like, I can't, yeah, where the fuck are you supposed to get your oil from in Europe? Right. Salty bread. What's gas going for average in Europe for the liter? I heard from some people that it's about $5 American per liter. Some overseas travelers were saying it had gotten about that high. That's what Donald Trump didn't factor in. Like, dude, you started a war with Iran. You doubled the cost of American fuel. Europe has always had more expensive gasoline. I've always told people, you complain at the price of the pump for what you pay for a gallon, they pay that for a liter. He's too focused on first stage industries, like revamping coal mining. Your economy has moved on to second touch, third touch industries because it's easier to buy bulk aluminum from Canada and purpose that for cars. But his tariffs hit everything downstream of these base imports. This right here, let me do this and then I'll bring this one back up. You are absolutely right, Wolfagar. You don't worry about being a gatherer if your guild is set up to be crafters. You don't worry about being a processor if your guild is already set up to be crafters. That's what Donald Trump doesn't get. Oh, we're going to increase the coal mines. That's great, genius. So now we're going to have an abundance of coal, but a lot of these states have gotten rid of their coal production or their coal power plants. Denmark is still pretty cheap, about $3 US per liter, but we changed the taxes on it. Your country, Denmark took off the tax, but the Netherlands is about $12 a gallon. That's crazy. The biggest thing I see with the current strikes is strikes are basically gimmies. You can strike all day and every day, just hitting targets back and forth until one side goes, all right, I've bled enough, we'll shake on it and agree to peace talks. Only downside is how long are you going to keep going tit for tat on these random strikes? That's crazy. That's crazy. And you're absolutely right. You are, when you have a country, like for those of you that haven't studied Afghanistan, I was really, really embarrassed by my country when we went into Afghanistan. Because There were literally books written about the Russian invasion of Afghanistan and the Mujahideen's famous proverb, "You have the clocks, we have the time." What the American military did when it went into Afghanistan looking for Osama bin Laden was the same thing that the Russians did, but a different tactic. You cannot win the hearts and minds of people who don't want to give you their heart or their mind. What is the ever famous genie rules? The rules of the genie when he comes out of the lamp. Look, I've only got a couple of rules. You can't wish for more wishes. I can't bring anybody back from the dead. I can't make anybody love you. Look, you already fucking know the answer. It's been written from everything back from a 1001 Arabian Nights. The genie says, I can't make people love you. You cannot win the hearts and minds of people who don't want you in their country. Did they invite you? No. Okay. You're not going to win their hearts and minds. But we're trying to bring equality to their women. If they wanted their women to have equality, they would give their women fucking equality. I'm not saying as a human factor, their women don't deserve equality, but their women aren't going to get equality by you rolling up like the great Western hype and bringing it in. Your way of life was too alien for it to be widely accepted. Correct. You can't win the hearts and minds of the people by sending Chris Kyle to put bullets in their brothers and fathers. Right. How did I get along with people in foreign countries? By remembering when I'm in Rome, I do as the Romans do. I have a very good friend, a very high-ranking military friend in the Oman military. I know he has daughters. He has one son and a bunch of daughters. As far as my world is concerned, when we're in his country, his wife and his daughters do not fucking exist until he talks to me about them. I only have daughters. It made T really kind of awkward. We spent all the time talking about his son and my nephews. Why? Because that's their fucking culture. Because you don't ask about the wives and you don't ask about the daughters. Why? I don't fucking know. I wasn't raised in the culture. I don't have a fucking understanding. But I know what the fucking briefing rule sheet says. And I also know what the rule sheet tells me is don't try to talk business until we've had tea. I also know that you don't say no. You say, I'll see what I can do about that. How did I train for that? I watched The Negotiator with Kevin Spacey and Samuel L. Jackson a bunch of times. Practice saying no by not saying no. Guess what? Really fucking easy to do once you practice it. Because no is final. No stops conversations. Maybe when I'm in your country, you can show me some things. That would be amazing. It would be my honor. I know damn well I can't show him around my country. He knows damn well I can't show him around my country. He says, if you're available, maybe one of these days you could come not as a military member, but just as a person, and I can entertain you. I would love to do that. Let me see what my superiors say. There's no there. Now, other people that he's invited me in front of, if I say, oh no, I can't do that, I've just embarrassed him in front of these people. Because why doesn't he know I can't do that? Let me see what my superiors say. I know what my superiors are going to say. They're going to say no. Actually, the one time they said yes, the State Department signed off on it. But we don't want to learn other cultures. We want to make them Westerners. They don't want to be Westerners. They have the money to come here to be Westerners if they want to be Westerners. They don't want to come to the West. They want to bring the parts of the West they want. What are they building in Dubai? They're building a fucking Disney park. Why? Because they want a Disney park. Why? Because they're tired of coming to America to go to fucking Disney. So what are they doing? They're building a Disney park. They're importing the part of Western world they want. Maybe if we listen to the Disney Corporation, we could figure out how to win the hearts and minds of these people. Yeah, you don't know the reason why, but the consequences were made clear. Yeah, part of the culture is protecting this. It's a faux pas because it sounds like you're making a marital advance. Yes, exactly. Now, when that guy came to America, he came right up to me and he's like, look, all the people I'm with, they're cool as shit. He's like, I'm just a person. I'm like, cool. I'm cool. You're cool. He came and we were like 6 hours away from where he was headed by car. I was laughing with him. I was like, yeah, we're like 6 hours away. I'm like, you gonna drive it? He's laughed, drive it? Shit, no. He's like, I got my private plane over at the airport. I'm like, fuck, cool. Let's see.
You shoot someone in self-defense, here's what to say to the—
Oh yeah, folks, listen to this, because this is how fucked up our country is. And listen to this advice about talking to 911. This is how you should talk to 911 all the time.
You shoot someone in self-defense, here's what to say to the 911 operator according to a criminal defense attorney. First of all, he says, don't actually call 911 yourself. Get someone else to make the call if possible. The 911 operators are actually trained to keep you talking. Prosecutors, judges, and juries will end up dissecting that phone call. They'll analyze whether you were too calm, whether you were too excited, your tone of voice, everything. If there's not someone there to make that call and you must make the call yourself, say as little as possible and hang up. Give your location, say there's been a shooting, that you need police in an ambulance, and that's it. Do not describe what happened. Do not say he attacked me or he had a knife or anything like that. All of that will be used and could be potentially twisted in ways you cannot possibly predict while standing there full of adrenaline. Here's something else he says people need to remember. The 911 call is not the only recording. When police arrive, many departments keep the dash cams and body cams rolling. That means that everything that you say from the moment they pull up is potentially on tape. So the same rule applies. Say as little as possible. When officers arrive, you are to identify yourself, tell them you are the one who called, then say something as simple and to the point as this. I was in fear for my life and I had to defend myself. I will cooperate fully, but I need to speak with my attorney before I give my statement. That's it. You are not being difficult. You are not obstructing anything. You are exercising a constitutional right that exists for moments exactly like this. I hope you never need this information, but it's better to know it and not need it than need it and not know it.
For those of you that aren't aware of this, this is a big problem I have with America. It's a really big problem I have. We should not be trying to figure out. Don't even say a shooting. Opinions vary on this. If I'm gonna call it in because of my background, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say I have a 1032 with shots fired. Roll me police and an ambulance to this address, and then I'm gonna disconnect the line because they know what a 1032 with shots fired is. They know what roll me a bus and police to this address means, and then I'm disconnecting because I don't need any. They have everything they now need. Boom, a 1032 is gone. There is some debate. My script has been gone over with my lawyer. That's my plan of attack. But I do agree. An incident is the problem. Is if you say an incident occurred, they're going to start to analyze the word incident. Also realize, yeah, don't say I went full Call of Duty on his ass. I might even have gotten a kill streak. Don't say I just got my platinum for fucking headshots. Yeah, exactly. So you got to be careful. Like when you say a 1032 with shots fired, I need a bus and police. Then they know that there's a shooting victim. So the ambulance is going to be like, the ambulance is going to be on its way. Ambulances travel at a normal rate, a normal speed, unless there's an exigent circumstance that they should be breaking speed limits. A 1032 with shots fired with a bus, yeah, they're going to be coming at quicker than the speed limit allows, because that's pretty indicative of a gunshot victim. But no, that what they said, the second part, my name is this, I need to speak to my lawyer before I make my statement. I've said this to you many, many times. The police officers that are on the show, sometimes they get upset with me and they're like, well, you're making it harder for us to do our job. I understand that. But if police officers aren't willing to accept this statistic, if there's 99 police officers and one murdering police officer in a room, you're not in a room with 99 police officers and a murderer. You're in a room with 100 murderers. I'm sorry, but police need to police their own first and foremost. I'm sorry, it has come to that. There are too many, I see too many First Amendment audits every single day on TikTok of people, one murder and 99 accomplices. I see too many officers that can't handle a First Amendment auditor engagement. So you expect me to believe that they're going to police their own? Like, I'll tell you right now, if I was a police supervisor and I get a call about a First Amendment auditor, hey, this guy's asking for a supervisor. I'm on my way. I walk up. Hey, I'm Sergeant J, badge number 65. What's up? You need to talk to your officer. About what? He doesn't seem to understand that I am allowed to do this. Hold on a second. Let me take a guess. You're standing on a public sidewalk and you're videotaping whatever your eyes can see. Yes. Have you walked into any of these establishments? No. Continue on your way. It's a First Amendment protected activity. Have a good day. Oh, the spelling of my last name is Jahlon. Have a good day. If you want to come down to the station, if you want any background interview, whatever, you'll have to clear that through public affairs, but I'm going to go ahead and close this out. Do you want me to put good citizen on the report? What do you want me to put on the report for you? Then I'm going to look at the officer and I'm going to say, meet me back at the house, the station house, so I can educate you on how to engage with First Amendment auditors. They have the right to record anything they can see in public. But I see officers show up, supervisors show up, lieutenants show up, chief of police show up, and they don't know that. So if you don't know that it's a First Amendment protected activity, how the fuck are you going to know what a person is doing with a gun? I'm not answering any of your questions. Now, if you shoot somebody, make the weapon safe. Eject the magazine. Lock it breech open. Set it on the ground. Unless you think you're still in more danger until the police arrive. The moment you see the lights, make sure that they visibly see you dropping the magazine and making the weapon safe, setting it on the ground and walking away from it. They're taking that weapon one way or the other. Yeah, maybe the table instead of the ground if there's a table around. This seems like a systemic training education issue. It is. The problem in America is we do not send our police officers to enough education. As I have told you, in America, you can get a badge and a gun in 5 days. If you are leaving the military and you are any member of the military and you're going to a small town that doesn't have rules upon rules upon rules, as long as you have, hold on, let me make sure I get the right form. I think it's your 522. Oh, it's your 2760. Oh, for us, it's the AF 522. When I came out of the Air Force with an AF 522, I could have walked up to a police department, taken a 5-day law class, as long as I could pass the physical and the shooting exam, had a badge at the end of the week. Some people go to police academy for 12 weeks. Some go for a year. Some go for 6 months. Why don't we have a standard in America? Walk outside with the damn thing, leave it on the table inside the house, and don't be someone who is both right and dead. If the shooting was in the house, yes. If the shooting was outside the house, don't take the gun into the house, because if the crime scene is all outside of the house, don't take anything into the house because they can enter your house to get the gun. And I don't ever, because that's probable cause to go get the gun. Also remember, this is one that I know some of you don't like. If the police are called to your house, they can deny you entry into your own home during the course of their investigation. I'm telling you it's correct. You don't have to like it, but it's the reality. Yeah, on the hood of your car, maybe. Once you see them, put it on the hood of the car, walk away from it. A lot of people make that mistake. I've seen people get hemmed up. Do not be armed around a police officer if there's been a shooting. If there hasn't been a shooting and you're armed, disclose you're armed to the officer. Most 99% of the time, unless it's a hostile situation, the cop's going to say, if you don't reach for yours, I won't reach for mine. 1% of the time, they're going to say, I would like to take this opportunity to disarm you. If they say they're going to take this opportunity to disarm you, don't fucking argue with them. The Supreme Court says for officer safety, they can disarm you. Now, they don't have a reason to stop me. The reason their ability to stop you is a lower threshold for their ability to detain you. If you don't want to be engaged, don't say anything to them at all. Am I free to go? In Sweden, it's 2 years to be 2 years of police academy to become a, no, we don't have any of that. I openly back and support the boys in blues, and as someone who has concealed weapons, even when I get pulled over, I know I still have to be serious and damn on point as soon as I have to legally let them know that. Yeah. Because holy shit, do some of them get anal about knowing that? Yeah, they walk up, roll down all my windows because my windows are tinted. My back windows are tinted. I drive a Journey, so I've got back row windows, and then I've got third row seats. Those are all tinted out, so I can sleep back there if I have a headache. They're all polarized glass. You can't, even if you're doing this, you can't see into my back. I roll down all my windows. I'll put my hands out the window. Cop walks up. What's up? Hey, what's up? Trying to make you feel safe. Don't feel like getting shot today. Trying to make you feel safe. I know you don't want to get shot today.
You shoot someone in self.
Also, just remember, if you shoot someone in self-defense, there's going to be a big bunch of questions of how did you allow the situation to spiral out of control? Oh yeah. We're going to talk about this one because we got a big fucking problem with relationships in America. Go to divorce court. You won't see any man begging for his love back. They're all fighting to keep their money and their properties. Women love men with their hearts. Men love with their pockets. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are fucking wrong. You are fucking wrong. You are 100% fucking wrong. Yeah, you're 100% fucking wrong. If you're already at court, you're already at the point where there's no more love to worry about. Why are you wondering why a guy's not trying to fight for love when you're already at the point that he doesn't feel like getting half of everything taken? No Child Left Behind was the single greatest cancer in America for children. Yes, I agree with you. Men know when they've lost, so they move on. They fight to keep what's theirs because they're aware that you are loving with his pockets. Just break up and leave. Yeah. I honestly believe this. A long time ago in a land far away, I was engaged. I was engaged as a teenager. I was going to get married. Had the meeting with the pastor because I'm Catholic. Had the joint meeting with the pastor. Pastor had known me my whole life. Sat down. Had the joint meeting with the pastor. Pastor was good with it. Had the single meeting with me and the pastor. The pastor was like, okay, good with it. The girl, she went to meet with the pastor. She came back and she came back to the house. She said, hey, the pastor wants to talk to you again. I went up. The pastor handed me the whole application thing for using the church. And he says, I'm sorry, I'm not going to allow you to get married in the church. Come again? I'm not going to allow you to get married in the church to her. Come again? He's like, nope. My answer's no. Roger that. Went back to the house. Start making dinner. He's like, well, what are we going to do? And I said, we're going to put a whole pause on this getting married thing. She kind of got pissy. Why? Well, obviously, he can't tell me what you told him. But obviously, if this man has known me since he dunked me in the water, obviously you said something to him that he doesn't think I should be marrying you. So let's figure out, let's try to maybe figure out what that is. She said, oh, it could be I told them that when our kids were born, I absolutely would not allow them to be baptized Catholic. I'm sorry. What? Excuse me? That's not what we agreed to. I said, we agreed the kids would get baptized Catholic because I'm Catholic, that they would go to Catholic school for grade school. And then in 7th grade, if they decide not to get confirmed at that junction, they'll be allowed to make a choice. Stay in Catholic school, not get confirmed. Stay in Catholic school, get confirmed. Drop out of Catholic school and go to public school. She's like, yeah, I don't know if I'm really okay with that. Oh, okay, well, then, I think this is a pretty good indication of why the pastor thinks we need to go 2 different directions. What he's doing is he's saving me a problem after we get married and you have a baby. Now he's saving me 18 years of ass pain. Thanks for playing. I'll talk to you never. Yeah, right. How did I download this, guys?
I hate to break it to you, but sometimes you're expecting too much from people because you would do that much for them.
Oh yeah, this one is so powerful. This is that expectation management. I am so guilty of this one. I am so guilty of this. I expect so much out of people because my minimum is so far above most people's maximum. I will 100% agree with the idea that I expect more out of people because if you've not read his book, We Were Soldiers Once and Young by Lieutenant Colonel Hal Moore, it's the movie We Were Soldiers that Mel Gibson was in. 3 strikes and you are not out. There's always one more thing you can do. Between this and the Disney mentality of everybody's janitorial, also the Henry Ford mentality of a company that is concerned about the customer will only have one concern about their profits, and that is that they will be exceedingly large. I think we have reached a level of apathy, and I hear it all the time with the new generation. The new generation are these quiet quitters. I'm not going to do any more than is required. What do you mean you're not going to do any more than what is required? I'm going to do the bare minimum. You're going to do the bare minimum. And then you're going to get upset when the bare minimum doesn't get you what you want. What'd you say here? I think the interesting case is with women on average slowly starting to out earning men, graduating at a higher rate than men in divorce courts in the next 10 years, we could see men actually being the ones who are slowly start to be the ones getting alimony on average and being the ones who get more in divorce settlements. I think that's really important to talk about because when you pull all the bullshit out of the gender pay gap, what you find is that the gender pay gap isn't real when you honestly look at it. Women are making the same as men. Women are making more than men in some situations, not in a lot of situations, but you have to pull the data out. Is doing what is required the minimum, or is it your job? I'll get right back to that one. I think that we live in a society right now that has filled people's head with so much bullshit. When you start talking about, oh, well, there's a pay gap in education. Why? Well, because women on average in education make $62,000 and men make $75,000. Yeah? 97% of kindergarten teachers are female. 99% of high school history teachers are male. High school teachers make more than elementary school teachers. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying we know it's a fact. In medicine, there's a pay gap. Why? Because nurses and med techs and medical admin are predominantly female. And surgeons and anesthesiologists are predominantly male. So we have a disconnect. Is doing what is required the minimum, or is it your job? Okay, so what I mean by the quiet quitting, the doing the bare minimum, Bobby. So you go into the mailroom to pick up your packages, and you notice that there's a couple of boxes that need to be broken down. And you also know that there's that the mailroom clerk is gone for the day, out sick or whatever. Well, you have time, you could break down 3 of those boxes, but you say, I'm not going to do that, that's not my job. Well, yeah, it's not your job, but it's the company. A rising tide lifts all the boats. If you have a bunch of shit to do, then I understand why you picked up your 3 packages and left. But if you were just going to go back to your desk and OFO for the last 30 minutes of your day, then break down the 3 boxes, because then the company benefits. You said you'd be more interested to know if there's a pay gap in university wages or in high school wages. There is not in base pay. High schools have a pay grid. If you are a third-year teacher with a bachelor's degree, you make the same amount of money as every other third-year teacher with a bachelor's degree. If you're a fifth-year teacher with a master's degree, you make more than a fourth-year teacher with a bachelor's degree. You make more than a 10th-year teacher with a bachelor's degree. Let me see if I can find a... Let me see if I can find the pay scale. They don't have it as a neat scale. If it's in this one. This is the people. I need the grid. Yeah, they don't have the high school where I'm at. They don't have the grid. So if there's a gap, it's because of the degree at time in. Right. So when I got my job, because people were mad, I walked in, I was a 4th-year teacher. I had 4 years of teaching experience, but I had a master's degree. Somebody had pulled the payroll report. They'd left it sitting on the copier at the alternative school. I was making significantly more than everybody else on the staff, including the administrator. The administrator was doing his hours. He wasn't finished with his master's. He was finishing at that semester. And the principal of the vice principal of the daytime school had an administrator that was going to become the principal of the alternative school. She left the pay on the printer. Everybody saw what I was making, and they're like, this is bullshit. You're making like almost double what some of us are making. I said, yeah, because 4 years and I have a master's degree plus, I think at the time I was master's degree plus 60. And the one person said, but you're not even working on your doctorate. I said, it doesn't matter. That's not what the contract requirement is. It's 60 hours above my master's. I have a master's degree and I have a degree in electrical engineering that I did after my master's degree. which allows me to teach. I can teach all of the social studies. I can teach any class that's on my transcripts, and I can teach vocational ed. So that's why you all have like 2 preps and I have 4. People get mad about shit. I don't know why. They get mad about things. I believe quiet quitting stems from the idea that doing more than required does not yield enough benefits. It'd be interesting if we had data on if doing more in the past was more rewarding. Well, I will tell you in the past, anecdotally, in the past I did more because it got me promoted. It gets on my nerves. My sister-in-law will complain to me about not having enough money, but every time her job offers her overtime, she doesn't take any. Right. You don't get a 5% raise for contributing 5% more work. So no, the extra work typically does not pay off these days. So what incentive is there to do more work? Now you'll just make the same and be expected to do more work. In your opinion. But at the same time, I teach the lesson on know your number. If my raise, let me say it to you this way. I've never not gotten the raise I wanted at a place that offered raises. I've always gotten the raise I wanted. Because at the end of the year, when I go in, I do the same thing during my performance review as I do when I take the job. I have this little piece of paper here, and I have a number on it, and that number is folded up in my shirt pocket. It's just sitting right there. I listen to my boss. I listen to the performance review. Now, if my boss comes in and he says, well, you know, you did fuck up the Robinson account. Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. Yeah, it cost the company like $200,000. Shit, okay. I forgot about that. But if the boss comes in and said, you did great work, you did this, that, the other, all glowing, all reviews, all this, you were employee of the quarter twice, you were employee of the year. Yeah, what's my raise? 2.9%. I'm just going to reach into my shirt pocket and I'm just going to look at it and I'm going to say, 2.9% ain't getting me where I think I should be. And they're like, well, where do you think you should be? I said, well, I was employee of the quarter twice. I'm employee of the year. And you think I'm getting 2.9% when inflation is 2.7? I'm only worth 0.2% to retain. What's it going to cost to replace me? I said, I'm going to need a little bit more than 2.9. What am I worth to keep? Hold on, I need to go make a phone call. Okay, I'll be here. They come back. Yeah, they approved about 4.5. Well, I was thinking kind of more like 4.7. Well, I can't give you 4.7, but what if I give you 4.5 and an extra 16 hours of leave? Done deal. I'll take that. I'll take that deal right now. Would I say that's typical of the majority of the working population, though? No, and here's why. Because the majority of the fucking working population has bought into this bullshit bare minimum Bobby mentality, so they deserve the bare minimum Bobby reward. That's the problem. Like, let me give you a great example for this. When I was in OTS, I was 30. So my runtime requirement was slower than all the kids that were in their 20s. When you turn 30 in the Air Force, you have a different scoring bracket. On my final PT test day, all I had to do was pass. I was already a distinguished graduate. I already knew I was a distinguished graduate. The only thing that would have stopped me from being a DG was fucking up my PT test. Did I go out there and like bumfuck around the track in 12 and a half minutes? Hell no. Why? Because it'd be fucking embarrassing for one of the 12 DGs to have run a 12:30 mile and a half. I was a 30-year-old and I ran the 4th fastest run time. Why? Because that's the expectation. I didn't do it for... I'm going to get the same amount of pay. I'm going to get the same 2.5 days of leave every month. It's my own push, my own drive. Yeah, my bare minimum crushes the average person's best. That's where people have a shitty mentality. Like, I'm going to do the bare minimum. Okay, well then you're mediocre. If you become what's the quote? If you always do what you've always done, then you'll always get what you always got. I have a friend, I told you about that woman has the 4 kids, husband that sexually abuses her. She was having a down day. I think Monday was the day. What I said to her on Monday was, good morning, sunshine. I just want to remind you that as the sun comes up, there are crackheads waking up that don't have any money in their wallet. Those crackheads don't have any crack to score. They're going to work hard and hustle, and they're going to be able to get the money to buy their crack. Don't you dare get out hustled by a crackhead. A couple hours later, she messaged me and she said, I'm at the plasma center donating plasma. Why's that? Because you're right. I have 4 kids to feed, and this is the only way I can get cash today to pay for groceries. But I'm not going to get out hustled by a crackhead. Mediocre is easy. Average is easy. Average is easy. Yes, I get it. Not every time you do extra work for the company, it might not be recognized. But you know what that lets you know? That lets you know you don't want to stay at that company. It lets you know this company isn't going to respect me, so when I get home tonight, I'm going to dust off the resume. I'm going to start applying for other jobs because this company doesn't have a future. I talked about the Disney College program. I think the Disney College program, in my opinion, it hasn't been looked at for a long time, and Disney is doing, it's always been done this way. I don't think any of the 20,000 kids that cross the country to go to the Disney College program should be restaurant servers, should be janitorial, or should be retail cashiers. Now, retail cashiers, I think, is okay if they're only going to be a cashier for about a month, and then they're going to be a stocker for a month, and then they're going to learn the logistics. If they've never worked retail before, then I understand you gotta know how to cashier, you gotta know how to stock before you learn other things. I don't think anybody in the DCP should ever be a janitor or a server. I think that's bullshit, okay? Or a housekeeper. Now, maybe there's not enough good jobs to give them all good jobs. Well, then maybe we don't have 20,000 people in the DCP anymore. Maybe we drop that down to 12,000. If we only have 12,000 good jobs to give them, maybe we drop that down. It's kind of like internships. I think internships are bullshit if you're not growing with the company. Company I did an internship with was amazing. I did an internship with a magazine company in Chicago. I had been doing desktop publishing at the school newspaper. When I got there, they asked me to put together like page 17. I put it together and they were like, holy shit, you're good at this. So then instead of me having to learn Quark Express, I already knew that shit. So they didn't leave me doing shit I already knew. I was following an editor around by the end of my first week learning. I was learning that inverted triangle editing method and the way it works in magazines versus the way it works in newspapers. I was learning photography stuff that I didn't know about at the college level. That's a good internship. They didn't pay me, but I think my time there was absolutely invaluable. People now talk about, oh, I would never do an unpaid internship. Why? It's slave labor. Fair. I don't understand. I went to college for 4 years and I don't have a job. Because what don't you have on your resume? I don't have any work experience. You know what would look really good on that resume? 2 internships, the one that you did between sophomore and junior year, and the one that you did between junior and senior year. Those 2 fucking internships would be looking really good. But you didn't do them. You went to Cabo over the summer instead. Right? The problem is people don't want to hear that at 2021. They want to have fun. Look, I'm not against you having fun. A lot of the people that I know from that age, they went and they had their fun, and they're still fucking poor. You can have your fun now or you can have your fun later. I chose to have my fun later. It was great being able to be at Disney World for 9 days. I thought that was hella fucking fun. Seeing my 20-year-old daughter in a bell dress, Disney bounding, the smile on her face, she hasn't been able to operate in public for 5 years. I was able to talk to photographers and say, hey, this is the first time my daughter's been out of the house really in 5 years. Photographers took her, you're supposed to pay for this. Photographers took her and did photos, amazing photos with her. She has these beautiful photos for her whole life. I think that's a hell of a lot better than me being on a beach in Cabo when I'm 21 and then being 46 and working at a gas station.
I hate to break it to you, but
what else do we got? What'd this guy have to say?
A teacher gave her class a test with only one question, and somehow everyone failed. On the paper, there was just a drawing of a chair. Nothing complicated, no trick wording, just one simple question. What is the most important part of this chair? The students felt super confident. They wrote things like the legs, the seat, the backrest, all of the obvious answers. When the teacher collected the papers, she just shook her head. None of you got it right. The room went quiet. Because how do you fail a question that simple? Then she explained, the most important part is the one you can't see, the screws, the small pieces holding everything together. Without them, the chair collapses, and that's when it clicked. Because life works the same way. We focus on what's visible, the job, the money, the achievements, but the things that actually hold everything together, you don't see them. Your health, your habits, the people that support you when nobody's watching, the small decisions you make every day, those are the screws. And most people, they don't notice them until something falls apart. So don't wait for things to break to appreciate what's holding you up, because the strongest lives aren't built on what's seen, they're built on what isn't.
This is such powerful advice that people, they ignore, they neglect. My mother and my aunt taught me the power of secretaries. I knew this lesson before I ever went into the military. I knew the power of secretary, the power of the secretary mafia, the power of kindness, the power of just empathy, the power of politeness, the power of good manners. First story, when I was in basic training enlisted, I got ill. I had 104-degree fever. I had to leave Warrior Week, and I had to go to the 319th. I had to go to med call. Luckily, I got enough things done that the next week I went and made up the 1 day of Warrior Week, and then I came back. But what I missed was submitting my uniform to have my stripes sewn on. Can't graduate without your stripes on. So I'm getting yelled at by my TI, and he's like, well, you're fucked now, you're not gonna, all these things. So I grab my uniforms and I'm going to the place where he says there might be a woman who might be able to help me. Well, then I get down to the bottom of the stairs and he hands me 50 cents. And he's like, you owe me 50 cents. But when you go in there, ask her real nice if she can help you out, and say, also, can I buy you a Diet Dr. Pepper? So I go into this building. It's her sewing on the stripes. Very nice lady. I said, ma'am, I was sent here because she's like, just leave your uniforms here. You'll have them ready next week. I said, ma'am, it's kind of hot day. I was wondering, can I buy you a Diet Dr. Pepper and maybe tell you what's going on with my story? So I bought her a Diet Dr. Pepper, handed her the uniforms, and she said, oh, sweet honey child, you just sit. This is only your service jacket, one blue shirt, and one uniform shirt. I can get this all done for you right now. So I'm just sitting. And she asked me what happened. I told her I got sick. And then as I'm going to leave, right outside the door, it just happened to be really shitty timing, there was the whole next week's worth of people coming to drop off uniforms. If you're ex-military, you know the likelihood of a successful encounter with 9 TIs, right? Well, I'm sorry, 18 TIs, because they would have had both of them. She said, honey child, just go out this side door right here, go all the way down this building until you get to the glass bridge, make a right that'll take you over the street, And then that'll put you on the back side of your dormitories. She says, but you make sure that you get inside those yellow lines. And she says, if anybody stops you, you say Miss Caroline told you to take this way because the front was too busy. Power of politeness. I got my promotion. I got my job at the headquarters building. I used to watch how people talked to secretaries. I used to watch how captains and majors and lieutenant colonels would talk down to the secretaries. And their shit would just get put into a pile. Well, I had to interface with a lot of these secretaries. I just walk up to them, be real nice, be real, hi, I understand you got a lot going on your plate. I was wondering, does the colonel have any time on his schedule today? And if there's anything I can do for you. Well, the one lady, her name was Sandy. She was wonderful. She said, actually, there's something. I can get you in with the colonel in about 30 minutes. But I have a delivery on the dock, and there ain't nobody here to get it up here for me. I said, no problem, ma'am. Do you have your card? I'll go get it right now. All I had to do was go down to the dock and get a dolly and bring up cases of paper. Meanwhile, 03s, 04s, 05s are being told they can't see the colonel for 2 days, and I'm just in E6 and I'm seeing him in 15 minutes because she had heard how polite I am. She had heard how above and beyond I am. And it's not a weird flex. It's if everybody just was nice. Admins are the way to get shit done. Yeah, absolutely. Admins are the way. Being friends with the secretary and the janitor. Yeah, the executive assistant is the glue that holds the whole thing together. You lock your shit in a room. The janitor is not supposed to open that door for anybody. If you're the kind of asshole who walks past trash, the janitor ain't gonna help you. But when that janitor sees you bending down, doing the Disney knee bend thing, throwing trash into the trash cans, and then you're like, learn the janitor's name. Hey, Gary, how you doing? Oh, hey, Mr. J. No, you don't have to call me Mr. J. Just call me Jay. Says I'm just a person just like you. I ain't no better than you. We all got a part to do. What does that cost you? It costs you nothing. It costs you nothing. So be like, hey, Gary, I got a problem. What's up? You can see my gym bag is on my desk. Yeah, I got you, Mr. J. Pop it open, he's gonna stand there, grab the gym bag, walk out. Thank you very much. He's like, can you just do me a favor? Can you just show me your ID badge and your key so I know that's your badge? Oh yeah, here you go. It's like, no problem. Instead, Gary's supposed to send me all the way back down to the first floor. I'm supposed to file I locked my keys in my office form. Then my boss is gonna hear about that shit. Nah, fuck that. Hey Gary, how are the kids? My kids are good. Used to have a great deal with the old trash guy. Trash man. You never notice how important the trash man is to you until your trash man is pissed off at you. My trash man used to send out, used to put a Christmas card on personally, not from the company, from him, on every single trash can. I know why he was doing it. I know exactly why he was doing it. He was looking for tips. I sent him one every year. Mr. J, and my address. You think when I put extra trash out, when I have extra garbage, you think that my shit didn't get thrown in? Because I threw him a Christmas bonus? Other people down the block could have shit next to their trash cans that wouldn't get picked up. Why? No Christmas bonus. He doesn't have to do it. Remember that bare minimum Bobby shit? He just has to sit in the truck and have the mechanical arm go out and grab it. Oh, but he sees that. Yeah. Waste Management is now sending me photos of my trash cans saying they're too full because there's a line in them that says you can't fill past this line. I have 2 trash cans. I have to have 2 trash cans for the amount of trash we generate. I don't know how. We're 3 people, but whatever the fuck. I have 2 trash cans.
A teacher gave her class a test with only...
Got a couple of other ones. Oh yeah, the baby... Oh, no, I want to show this one first.
You want Florida to strip body cameras off every police officer to cut costs?
Yes, I will. Yes. I 100% agree.
You take away the one thing that protects honest cops and honest citizens at the same time, and somehow you think that makes anyone safer? You want...
Who in the motherfuck wants to take body cameras off of cops? Look, not only do I want body cameras on every cop, I want the cops to be wearing glasses like this. Why are you fighting me? There it is. So, why are you being so obnoxious? I want you to see right there. I want you to know the cop's body camera is recorded. I want them to have tactical visors on. So you see the big flashing light or the big light that you know they're recording. So whatever podcast is entertaining, but these are not the brightest folks. Oh no, they're not at all. I want Half-Life 2 police. You're damn right I do. Pretty sure Black Lives Matter is against body cameras right now. Of course they're against body cameras. I want body cameras on cops, and I want them to be held liable and prosecuted if they don't turn them on or they turn them off before they kill somebody. You know what else though? I 100% agree with you. But I also want people to be charged to the maximum with no plea bargain if we have them on video acting a fool. I have no problem saying police officers should be penalized if they didn't have their body camera on. Now, if the body camera becomes damaged, right? In a chase, whatever, as long as it's, this person's been a cop for 7 years, this is the first time that's ever happened, great. I think it should be badge, gun, bulletproof vest, body camera. Those should be the 4 things you have to have before you leave the station house. I think the only time, I personally believe, the only time, Black Lives Matter doesn't want body cameras. That's absolutely true. They don't want body cameras because they like to antagonize. Black Lives Matter it started with a good intention, like Make America Great Again started with a good intention, but they cause more problems than they solve. Some chapters of Black Lives Matter are great, but then we find out one chapter of Black Lives Matter embezzled $13 million. How did that make any Black lives better? I think Black Lives Matter fundamentally is a dumb idea because it's racist. It's divisive. I think our problem is all lives matter. All lives matter. Stop putting people into boxes. Stop putting people into compartmentalized boxes. You're a person. Your life matters. Yeah, everybody needs body cameras. Black Lives Matter realized that cops mostly weren't the bad guys. Sure, there were bad apples, but an overwhelming majority of the time, the bad apples were few and far between. Okay, I'm gonna grab this one because this is one that I'm not a fan of law enforcement for. Again, I'm not saying that numerically there's more bad cops than there are good cops. But what I'm saying is numerically there's bad cops, indifferent cops, and good cops. If you know somebody has done something illegal, there is no sworn brotherhood. Being a cop is black and white. Yeah, you cannot have any bad apples in law enforcement. They must be weeded out. That's the point. Like, look, man, I saw what you did. You've got 2 choices. You report what you did, or I report what you did. We have entirely bad departments according to the Lego incident. That's true. If you work with a bad cop and you don't say anything, you are a bad cop. If you know that your partner is corrupt and you don't say anything, then you're corrupt. I would agree with that. Your dad is a good cop. He turned in a family member that was a cop as well because he did something wrong. Family member lost the badge, as they should. Accomplices to the faults of the system, basically. Right. I think the other problem is we need to change it so that police officers rotate to assignments that aren't being police officers every 5 years for 6 months or something. For example, if the municipality has an airport, then they get to go be airport police, which is a little more laid back than being street cops. I think if you're a small town, being the DARE officer, being the school liaison, these are good ways. These are good ways for police officers to get away from the rank and file. I also say, though, that President Jalad, I would absolutely make it so that sovereign citizens get exactly one warning and then break their window and pull them the fuck out of the car. License, registration, proof of insurance, please. What is this? This is my diplomatic whatever. Okay. License, registration, proof of insurance, or I'm going to pull you out of the car. In Arizona, we have too many police shootings. I would not disagree with that. Come on, Bunny. About 26 years ago, Arizona cops are weird fucking people. Arizona got some weird fucking laws too. About 26 years ago, I went to visit my aunt. My aunt picked me up, dropped me off at the house, had to go back to work for the rest of the day. They had a running trail 2.5 blocks from their house. I put on my tank top, my running shorts, and my shoes. I went for a run. So I came 2 blocks down this way, and then I entered the park, and I'm going this way. Over here, I see a cop with his flashers on, and I'm just running around. And as I get around this side, the cop is standing here. He's waiting. As I go past, I wave, and he gets in my way, and I stop. I pull my earbuds out. I was like, did I do something wrong? I'm thinking, like, did I jaywalk or something? He's like, you're not allowed to run at this time of day. Excuse me? He's like, you're not allowed to run at this time of day. I'm not allowed to run here. The park is closed. He's like, can I get your ID? I was like, no, I don't carry an ID on me when I'm running. That's a little weird. He's like, well, where are you staying at? Like, these are an awful lot of weird questions for a guy just running. I said, I'm staying with my aunt. She lives over in the subdivision. She just picked me up from the airport. I was on a plane for 3.5 hours. I wanted to take a run to, you know. He's like, yeah, you're not allowed to run in the hottest hours of the day. I'm sorry, I'm from Chicago. I thought I was still in the United States. What the fuck world did what country did I end up in? And he's like, yeah, it's a drain on EMS because people run in the hottest part of the day and they get sick and we have to call ambulances. Sounds like a good use of ambulances then. People get sick, should probably call them. And I'm just like, so is this a law? Is this an ordinance or is this an opinion? And he's just kind of fumble fucking. I was like, you know what? Since you clearly don't have an answer, I'm going to be on my way. He's like, well, you're currently detained. Well, then I should probably let you know that I'm going to invoke my right to remain silent, but I'm also going to let you know that this is probably going to result in a lawsuit unless you can immediately tell me the reasonable articulatable suspicion of what crime I am committing. Then he kind of looked at me. He's like, what are you, a lawyer? Yeah, law school student. What's up? The fuck? Like, just because you see a guy running, what the fuck? Shit. In Chicago, they see you running. All they care about is that you don't have a TV under your arm or some shit. Like, running? No. When I got home that night, when my aunt got home, I talked to my aunt and my uncle, and they're like, oh yeah, the park is closed from like 11 to 3. It's not a city thing, it's a park thing. I was like, How the fuck do we close a publicly funded? I was like, never mind, I'm not a resident of Arizona. Never coming back.
You want Florida to strip?
Whatever. And then here's the baby elephant theory. A lot of you need to hear this and share this one. The baby elephant theory.
The best way to get out of autistic burnout is to stop thinking like a baby elephant. I'm an autistic psychologist, so helping autistic folks with burnout is what I do. If you're stuck in burnout or you think you might be, bookmark this video because I think it'll help you. In the past, circuses had live animals as part of the performance, and they often wanted to use elephants. But they had a problem. How do you keep an elephant from rampaging throughout your circus and eating all the circus peanuts? The solution they figured out was to start when the elephant was a baby. They would take a baby elephant and chain it to a tree stump so that it couldn't move very far, and when it would try to pull against the chain, it wouldn't be able to because it was a baby. But then when the elephant became an adult, it was much stronger. It could pull the tree stump free with a little bit of effort, but it never did. Why? Because it was still thinking like a baby elephant. The elephant believed that because it couldn't deal with the tree stump in the past, it couldn't deal with the tree stump now, and so it didn't even try. This is something that psychologists call learned helplessness, and it affects all of us, not just elephants, and it is particularly debilitating to autistic folks. Maybe as a kid, you learned that you were helpless when it came to your social life. You tried as hard as you could to make a friend, and nobody wanted to be your friend. But now as an adult, you're not actually helpless anymore. You're not limited to just the 20 mean kids that were in your class. You have the whole world, and you can probably find somebody that would want to be your friend. Or maybe you weren't diagnosed until later in life. And so for a lot of years, you were legitimately helpless when you tried to understand yourself because you didn't have the diagnosis. But now you do. Now you do understand how you're wired and your unique needs. And now you can go seek out supports and strategies and things like that to help you build a great life as an autistic person. You get stuck on autistic burnout because you're living every day in a life where you're not able to meet your needs. And so the path out of autistic burnout is to build a life for yourself where you can meet your needs. And that's not easy, that's not immediate, but every day you can take a little step to help build a better life for yourself. You have the capability and the power to do that, and the part of yourself that says that you can't is just a scared baby elephant that doesn't realize how powerful you truly are. I want you to tell me one action that you can take this week to improve your life, to prove that you're stronger and more capable than the baby elephant in you thinks you are. And if you think that my videos will help improve your life, then please.
Yes, this is the same as the fleas in the jar phenomenon. You put a flea in a jar, it'll jump, it'll keep hitting the lid of the jar after a set amount of time. Right? After a set amount of time, I can take the lid off the jar and the flea won't try to jump out because it will have already conditioned itself that it can't get out, so it won't try anymore. Big problem. Yes, that particular creator makes autistic related content, but it's important content for children. Children learn helplessness. Every single thing a child knows, a child learned from somebody. Nature versus nurture. This is really easy. This is really easy to see. Learned helplessness is a huge problem for kids that grew up in poverty with bad parents. Right, because you emulate your mom and your dad. You become your environment. Jack Nicholson in the movie The Departed. I don't want to become a product of my environment. I want my environment to become a product of me. You can always tell the people who are the product of the environment and the people that make the environment a product of themselves. What we have is we have an awful lot of people that learn their limits. For example, I tell the story, my lower legs were crushed when I was 2 years old. I fell out of a car, the car backed up onto me. I broke my right leg above and below the knee. I broke my left leg below the knee. I was in a full body cast for about 9 months. I was in physical therapy most of my childhood life. When I wanted to go into the military, they said, you can't. I said, why? They said, you were injured. I said, I've played sports. I can run. I can pass your physical test. I can pass your requirements. I went to MEPS. I got a note from the doctor. I got the waiver form signed. I went to MEPS. I passed all the physical. Barely passed the duck walk, but I did it. The only other thing was they said, you are on a admittance waiver. If you have a leg related issue in your first 6 years, it's on you. You can't be medically discharged for a leg related issue for the first 6 years. I said, no problem. My family was amazed. My family was told I'd never be able to walk. Not only did I walk, I ran. Not only did I run, I played sports. If you tell a person they can't do something, they can't do it. If you tell a person they can do something, they'll find a way. It's why I'm a big advocate of this. So I hate when we make a 75 or a 70 or a 65 a pass. I hate this shit. I hate this shit with a passion. Give you a better example. On the military test, on the military PT test, 12:52 is the slowest run time. It used to be. The PT test has changed. 12:52 is the slowest run time that allows you to pass. I got made the officer in charge of the Fat Body program. The Fat Body program is still called, well, I don't know if it's called the Fat Body program anymore. The Fat Body program is the affectionate name that we call the people who can't pass their PT test. The very first thing I did is not have them all out on the track. The very first thing I did was have them in a classroom. And I put the standards up on the board and I drew a big line through this. And I said, this is now your minimum target for success. If you do not run in 11:25, I will consider it a failure. And immediately, several people went to complain to the commander. And the commander called me into his office. He said, why have you moved it from 12:52 to 11:25? And I said, sir, if we aim for 12:52 and we miss, we fail. If we aim for 11:25, we still have a minute and a half to finish in and pass. I said, you cannot train a mile and a half. You cannot train a mile and a half with people who are failing their mile and a half by running a mile and a half. You have to train a mile and a half by running 3.5 to 5. Because then the first mile and a half becomes easy because you've tortured your body for double or triple the length. Within 4 months, 2 things happened. Number 1, we got rid of 4 people who didn't give a shit about being healthy. Number 2, all of my fat bodies were graduated. And number 3, we didn't have anybody else failing their PT test because the reputation of what the Fat Body program was now under an officer who gave a shit. There you go. The previous person would make them do 1 minute of push-ups and 1 minute of sit-ups. What the fuck does that do? Look, motherfucker, they couldn't do that on the test when they took it. Why are you only training them to that? My way of getting people stronger, 1 push-up, 1 sit-up, 2 push-ups, 2 sit-ups, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Then go run. And then yeah, you want to see some pissed off, miserable people? Make them do a pyramid of 8. So 3, right? 6, 10, 15, 21, 28, 35. And then another 28. And then another 35. And then another 28. You just break people's learned helplessness. What did Sir say? You were taught to trust in the system, EBT and welfare. I realized if I wanted to live on a fixed income and handouts, I could be like that. But also of the 20 people in my family, they're semi-close. All but 3 of them make less than $40K a year. And I have a felon rate in my family of at least 70%. Right. I tell the story. I like to share stories with people to motivate them. Sitting around a table with all of my siblings is really uncomfortable. I'm the baby, and all the way down to the head of the table, I make more money than all of them. Because my father, nobody knew I was autistic when I was growing up. I was diagnosed antisocial personality disorder. Just introverted antisocial. My father told me how much he made once. By the end of my father's career, he made just a hair under $100,000 a year. I looked at my father and I said, wow, you set the bar really high for me. My father said, I didn't set the bar for you. I said, bullshit. If you make $100,000, it's the goal of a child to surpass their parent. So my driving goal was to be more successful than my father. That was it. That was my driving goal. Because I didn't know any better. Life doesn't come with a rule book. Sitting around the table with my family is really weird. I'm the baby of the family, and I could buy 3 of my siblings' entire lives. My daughter, my middle daughter, thought I was disappointed in her. My middle daughter, she has a nice little farm now. She got out of the yuppie house, the young urban professional house, because that's not her. I don't know why the fuck they bought that place. That's not her. She was spending all day, every day cleaning that fucking place, trying to be like, my son-in-law is a lineman and a firefighter. He switches back and forth whenever he gets bored. I'm like, why the fuck are you living in a yuppie lifestyle? He's a country boy. You're a country girl. They sold the fucking $600,000 yuppie place, bought a little farm. She's got like 20 chickens and ducks. She's got a couple other animals. She's got dogs. She's happy. I said, that's the end goal. She's like, but I don't make more than you. Doesn't matter. Are you happy? Do you like your chickens? Do you like your ducks? Yeah? Good. Do that. You got food on the table? Yeah. Do that. I said, I didn't raise you to chase the almighty dollar. I chased the dollar. If you ever need help, there's money in the oh shit fund. We're doing a shitty job as people. We're doing a shitty job as humans. Just look at some of these headlines. Gen Z homeowners, yes, more in their 20s are managing to buy homes despite the odds. In Milwaukee, Francisco Vasquez bought a home. Vasquez is part of a small but growing share of Gen Zers managing to buy homes despite historically unaffordable prices. And when the average age of first-time home buyers has climbed to 40, they are outpacing millennials, many of whom struggle to buy at the same age. They're less likely to use help from parents and far more likely to be single buyers. I sanded down all the hardwood floors, stained them again. I added polyurethane today. It's looking really nice. Vasquez changed careers to make homeownership happen. He majored in conservation sciences, then moved to Texas to work in the field. First, he helped rescue alligators and placed them in a sanctuary, then got a job at a zoo. The job was fun, but the pay was low, so he started questioning the value of his college degree. I wasn't going to be able to support a wife, let alone kids, or buy a home. He moved back home thinking he'd be an electrician, but stumbled on a job posting to help manage a fast food restaurant. For 2 years, one living with his parents and one renting on his own, he saved. Most of my paycheck, probably 70%, went into a broad index stock. Vasquez was able to build up a whopping $72,000 in savings in just over 2 years. Milwaukee is also among a number of growing affordable cities where Gen Z is more likely to buy. At $220,000, his home was nearly half the national median price. Holy shit, you mean all those people that are whining and crying and pissing and moaning and stomping their feet, talking about homes being $415,000? You mean you understand that when a median home price is $415,000, half of the homes are cheaper than that? He has a 15-year fixed rate mortgage. Okay, the only thing I would say here is don't do this, right? Don't do this piece. Listen to Papa J here. Don't do a 15-year fixed rate mortgage. Do a 30-year mortgage, but make the payments on a 15. So that way, if you ever have an oh fuck moment in life, your mandatory payment is about half. you're going to pay a little bit more overall, but if you're aggressively attacking your mortgage, it's going to be negligible. My family's crowning achievement for me is, wow, you're dating a soon-to-be therapist. Think of the money she'll make. Because they know she will not only make money, but can prescribe narcotics, which to them is a good thing to sell and make money. Because that's how they've been raised to make... Oh, yeah, there you go. She's going to be a psychiatrist. She can prescribe drugs. No, the fuck she can't, because the DEA doesn't look kindly on that. You're the dumb one. I've known you for a lot of years. And I would not... Dumb is not how I would identify you. I would not say dumb. I would say insightful. They're taking advantage of government pay-down assistance programs at higher rates than all other generations. There seems to be little more when it comes to student loan debt, which has historically been one of the biggest hurdles for millennials to enter home ownership. Okay, what I say to people is this. I love the fact that this guy got a college degree, realized this college degree wasn't going to be of any value, and then dumped the career. I know this sounds counterintuitive to what a lot of people, advice a lot of people give. You shouldn't be sending people to college unless they absolutely know they need college. My generation was the last generation that went to college because having a college degree opened the doors that you didn't even know you needed keys to. To be honest, I'm sorry, millennials. I'm sorry, neo-millennials. I'm sorry, Generation Z. I'm sorry that University of Phoenix Online came about and it made degrees fucking worthless. And if your degree is from University of Phoenix Online, I'm not trying to shit on you. But what I'm really trying to tell you is this. If your degree can be done, online, never go to lecture, never engage with other students, you don't really have a college degree. You have a piece of paper that says you have some credentialing. Good Will Hunting is a great movie for this example because, like, I have a book list. That book list will give you an awful lot of insight into an awful lot of things. If you're interested in a subject, you can read an awful lot of books on it. You don't need a fucking college degree. A college degree literally means that you figured out a way to pay for it, and you figured out a way to get to class properly dressed enough times that you didn't get in trouble. That's it. That's all the fuck it means. Key takeaways from Trump's China trip. Trump hailed business deals for American companies and farmers, while China touted a new era for the stability of China-U.S. relations. You know what would be really great about relations? What would be really great about U.S. relations is if Donald Trump would just leave everything the fuck alone. Because laissez-faire capitalism should not have government interaction and government interference. Let the businesses do their own thing. Native kids with disabilities were held in wooden boxes. Sweeping reforms coming. I'm going to drop this link because I know Fei Lin will want this specific story. Officials in the Salmon River Central School District in Fort Covington, New York, have acknowledged that wooden boxes were constructed and used to confine elementary school children, including Native children with disabilities. I'm going to just say this so everybody knows exactly how I feel about this. If my kid was put into one of these boxes, you would only be having one trial. Mine. Because I would take the people who put my child into this box, I would burn them down and I would bag the ashes. I think every other parent in this room would agree with me. I would burn them down and bag the ashes. Local school officials later confirmed that at least 2 boxes had been built and used by staff. The disclosure sent more shockwaves through the region of the small upstate New York town just south of the U.S.-Canada border. Yeah, a computer science degree can be your undergrad, your lower part of your CS degree can be done, but you still need to have a degree. Okay, for something like computer science, you can have the certifications, but remember, a degree isn't just your knowledge base. And I would love to change college, so everyone's aware. I would fucking love to change college. A degree and a certification are 2 different things. I have a certification in secondary education. I have a master's degree in education, focusing on special education and curriculum development. My degree requires me to engage with other people to refine my knowledge, my understanding, my presentation. The certification is, can I pass the test? You're required to have workforce experience and capstones. Absolutely. Absolutely. The degree requires practical application plus collaboration with classmates. The certifications don't. Now, as Sir Bruce said, certification means 100,000 times more than degrees. Yes, I agree with you. Certifications are way more impressive. Now, I don't speak out of turn when it comes to computer science, programming, any of that. I literally love the idea, love the concept of winning the lotto and starting a game studio, but I would not make the mistakes Steven Sharif made. I would be the guy at the top who has the ideas and the money, and then I would have a guy there to translate Jalan into computer speak. And then I would only do quarterly check-ins. Be like, hey guys, what's up? Like, where we at? Can I get a WoW 2, please? Adams, what I'd like to ask you is, do you want a WoW 2? Or do you want a World of Sanctuary? WoW style, but with the Diablo IP put on top of it. Because I don't think a WoW 2 would be well received. But I think World of Sanctuary would be I think World of Sanctuary would easily hit 12 to 15 million subscribers. Period. 12 to 15 million subscribers. I also think Rifts, the tabletop game, would have 5 million subscribers. Isometric, no. It can't be isometric. It has to be done like WoW is. Isometric is no good. We've seen Fractured. Hold on. Let me back up. You might be able to do it isometric, but Fractured has shown that isometric MMO is kind of hard. Kind of hard. We might be able to do it. We'd have to talk about that more. Judge rules St. Louis did not short the police department by $68 million in current budget. Why are we suing the city? Like, can we just all agree that the police department shouldn't be suing the city about money? These are all the things that I see on a daily basis. $10 million in state funds would demolish more than 120 FEMA ineligible homes. Yeah, they don't see you as, like, Native Americans aren't seen as white, but Greeks are seen as white, Italians are seen as white, Portuguese are seen as white, Slavs are seen as white, but Native Americans are not seen as white. It's always bothered me. You can be Puerto Rican and you can not, if you're Puerto Rican, you're white, but if you're Native American, you're not white. The racism in this country continues to astound. St. Louis officials say $11 million of state-provided tornado relief funding will reimburse the city for demolishing of buildings ineligible for federal funding and bolster its home repair efforts in the North City. The state has allotted $186 million in tornado relief dollars after a massive tornado damaged more than 5,000 homes and buildings in North St. Louis. $10 million in state funds would demolish more than 120 FEMA ineligible homes. Can I just say this as a guy that has done construction? It doesn't take this much to demo a home. It does not take $83,000 per home to demo a home. It simply does not. If you're bulk demoing homes, yeah, it does when the government's involved. Yeah, absolutely. When the government's involved, it takes $83,000 per home. I could demo a home. It's okay. If you gave me a dump site, I could demo a home for about $38,000 per home. But that's not what we have. We live in a world. And that's why we're never gonna make anything better, because everything is, yeah, with dump fees it's probably 40 to 50, right? Exactly. About 35 to 38,000. And that's assuming I have all the base work to do. I got to do the sewer disconnect. I got to do the water disconnect. I got to do the power disconnect, and then just picking it all, because assumedly the people have already picked through what they want, so we're just clearing. And then 35 to 38 for the two tradesmen I need at each site. Demo labor is cheap. Oh wait, no, we can't do. But remember, somebody's got to be getting paid. Somebody's nephew has to be getting paid $28 an hour to do it. The Pope decries rise of AI-directed warfare, saying it leads to spiral of annihilation. I covered that one last month. Stop hurting your own feelings. Tips on quashing negative self-talk. From November of 2022. I'm going to end with this one. Negative self-talk is something that we all do. Negative self-talk is a really, 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 really negative thing, right? Is a really, really, really negative thing. You have to train yourself to not negative self-talk, and you have to train yourself to correct other people when they're negative self-talking themselves. Like, if Quantum Traveler is over there unfairly beating up on Quantum Traveler in like a text message chain to me or a Discord message chain to me, I'm going to say, hey, stop being mean to my friend Quantum Traveler. To just pull them out of that, pull them out of that. Is negative self-talk just internal criticism? No. Internal criticism is when you have like, constructive criticism. Like, okay, I was late for work. I'm going to have to start getting myself up earlier. Like, I was late for work again. I didn't get caught by my boss, but I really need to get up earlier. Well, then you'll be tired. Okay, then I really need to get myself into bed earlier. That's constructive criticism. Negative self-talk is when you start saying, oh, I'm a lazy piece of shit. I don't deserve to have friends. I'm always going to be a failure. Everybody hates me. You got to be really careful when you fall into negative self-talk, because then you're just beating yourself up. And if you're doing it all internally, then you have nobody to help pull you out of that spiral. Most people make mistakes. I think that should go without saying, but a lot of people don't understand it. Like, the negative self-talk thing, before I go, my boss used to ask me a question. My boss said to me, he's like, I get a lot of complaints about you. I said, what's that? He said, a lot of people say in the morning when you pull down the tip fid, the time-phased force deployment data, he said, you pull down the tip fid and you send it out, and a lot of people say that there's things missing or there's incomplete data. I said, sir, on an average day on this base, there's 1,500 lines on the tip fid. He said, yeah. I said, on an average day, I'm dealing with a bunch of unit deployment managers who can't even remember what fucking names they've given me for these deployments. He said, yeah. I said, if I send out 1,500 lines every morning and I only get 60 phone calls back, I think that's doing pretty good, especially since I can usually resolve 10 or 15 of them on one phone call. He's like, yeah, but I think that you should aim to not have as much tack time. I said, sir, I want to ask you an honest question then. At 1 minute per line on the tip fid, that would be 1,500 minutes, right? And he said, well, yeah. I said, you understand that that's 25 man hours then? He's like, okay. I said, sir, I run a couple of Excel scripts that color code and identify things that I need. It's not always perfect, but there's 38 UDMs on the base. I said, if I take 1,500 lines, I divide it by 38, each one of them is looking at about 40 lines. And if they all take a minute to look at all of their lines, then that's only 40 minutes out of their day, which I'm supposed to provide them 4 hours of work a day, which means they're doing the job they're supposed to do, and I'm not taking up 25 man hours every day of my staff's time. I said, I know defects are bad. I understand that. But I'm not going to beat myself up because I got to talk to some people about 40 lines out of 1,500 every day. My boss couldn't get that through his head. It took him a while. I'm not going to beat myself up for shit that's not my fault. I'm not going to... What's the point? Don't beat yourself up for shit that you can't control. Beat your shit up for the shit that you can control. You didn't go to your workout today. Okay. You didn't get up this morning to go for your workout. Guess what? Go for your workout tonight. You missed a workout today. Okay, go tomorrow. That's it. That's all you have to say. I'm going to go tomorrow. You know, no, I'm a lazy piece of shit. No, I'm lazy. No, I hate myself. None of that. Just, I'll go tomorrow. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. I got to run up to the market. Got to get something for dinner. Had a doctor's appointment today. I thought everything was going to go well. Doctor was like, oh, hey, I need you to go here, 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 and here. Like, fuck's sake, dude. They're going to take like another 12 vials of my blood and send me for another chest scan. So I will maybe stream some video games tomorrow, or I may take the day off just so I can recoup and recover. I will definitely see you guys Friday, though.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?